Chapter 2167. When they arrived at Qingshui Cliff, there were already quite a few people there. Most people didn't dare to get close. Those who could come close were all from the Yu residents. Sanson and Xiaofan were already waiting there. "Yo, why didn't third brother stay at the Yu residence to tinker with the abacus today?" Little Hachi blinked and teased. Sanson chuckled. "This is a rare opportunity. Shouldn't you come and take a look?" Little Hachi giggled. "Don't we know you? Isn't it because your little treasure vault is hidden under Qingshui Cliff? Are you worried that Senior Tang Ke's artifact refinement will cause too much of a commotion?" Sanson coughed and hurriedly said, "Shoo. Lower your voice. It won't be good if Senior Tang Ke hears. That's not a little treasure vault. That's a big one." Although he knew that with Tang Ke's strength, it was unlikely that he would lose control. But there was always a possibility, right? He would feel more at ease if he came over to watch. Little Hachi tucked her hair behind her ears and raised her chin. "There, Senior Tang Ke is behind us." Sanson immediately looked back guiltily, but he didn't see Tang Ke's figure. Only then did he realize that Little Hachi was joking. "You're joking about your third brother again." Little Hachi pinched his chubby cheeks and smiled. "Third brother has the best temper, Sanson pulled her hand down. "Speak properly. Don't get touchy. What will happen if others see?" Although he said that, there wasn't a hint of anger on his face. There was only helpless doting. Little Hachi giggled. The people from the 13th Yu residence didn't have any temper with Little Hachi. Other than Sun Yi, who could suppress her, the others couldn't do anything about her and could only dote on her. At this moment, a figure suddenly flitted past the corner of her eye. Little Hachi raised her eyebrows in surprise and muttered, "Didn't he leave a few days ago?" Sanson turned around. "You mean Yan Qing? He came back last night. I heard that the things that Senior Tang Ke needed this time were all brought back by him from the Yuntian Tower." "Hey, that's not right. How did you know he left a few days ago?" Sanson looked at Little Hachi strangely. She usually didn't seem to care about these things. Little Hachi crossed her arms and snorted. "The Yu estate is only so big and there are only so many people. What's so strange about knowing all this?" "That's true." Sanson didn't think too much about it. "Don't worry, if there's any treasure later, I'll definitely give it to you first." Little Hachi's eyebrows relaxed. "Thank you, third brother." She was born enchanting and beautiful. Just by standing there, without even saying a word, she would automatically attract everyone's attention. There were already quite a few gazes in their direction. However, Little Hachi was already immune to this kind of gaze, so she didn't take it to heart. Chu Luyue and Rong Xiu came with Tang Ke and Su Li. Seeing Su Li's appearance, the crowd became restless again. "That's Mr. Su, right? I heard that his strength is similar to Senior Tang Ke's. What are his plans today? The two of them are husband and wife. What's so strange about them coming together?" "That's right, I almost forgot about that. The main thing is that Mr. Su is a woman. It will take some time for him to accept it," everyone was discussing. Su Li thought that she would be angry when she heard this, but she realized that she wasn't. She only felt her face heat up. She thought about it and didn't know what to say. She glanced over and saw that Tang Ke seemed to be smiling. She snorted in her heart. "I must win against him later. I'll let him know how powerful I am." The few of them came to Qingshui Cliff. After a simple greeting, Tang Ke decided to start refining. Everyone quietened down and waited nervously. Red Moon Desert. Under the lake. Lan Xiao conjured a mirror in his hand and admired his face from all angles. He was satisfied. "Tsk. How beautiful." Bang! Along with this crisp sound, the mirror in his hand suddenly shattered. Lan Xiao immediately let go and flashed to the side. Big Bao. What are you doing? Dugu Mabao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and said word by word, "You're disturbing my rest." Lan Shao pointed at him with a trembling finger. "You didn't even open your eyes. How can I affect you by looking in the mirror?" Dugu Mabao's tone was as calm as usual. "You're noisy." "I think so too." Diwu Zhangzi added, "Lan Shao, there are 24 hours in a day, and you're looking in the mirror for 11 hours. The remaining 2 hours are spent praising yourself. It's fine if it's just 1 or 2 days, but it's been so long. Lan Shao, aren't you tired? What's so tiring about this? I've reconstructed my divine body now." Lan Shao snorted. "Don't forget that you helped me reconstruct my appearance." He didn't care what they thought. He liked it anyway. "Sigh, you guys can't have this kind of trouble anymore." Lan Shao lay down, rested his head on his arms, and crossed his legs. "When Diwu reconstructs his divine body, we can think of a way to get out of this damned place." Speaking of this, Dugu Mabao suddenly opened his eyes. "It's not time yet." "Of course, I know." Before Lan Shao could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. Everyone's expression changed. "What's wrong?" Diwu Zhangzi frowned and asked. "Is it Wei Yu again? How long has it been?" Dugu Mabao quickly got up and looked up. "It's not Wei Yu." He slowly clenched his fists. "That thing is here." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2168. Peach Blossom Dock. Above Qingshui Cliff, Tang Ke stood in midair. He looked at Su Li and smiled. "Lizzie, we didn't decide the winner last time. Why don't we do it again today?" Su Li had planned to do so, but she didn't expect Tang Ke to suggest it. Her eyes lit up. "Sure." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately boiled over. "The two of them are going to compete again? I heard that the two of them refined 5 divine artifacts each 10,000 years ago. I wonder if it will happen again this time? I don't want 5 or 10. As long as I can witness the birth of a divine artifact, I will have no regrets in my life. I wonder who will win this time? To be fair, let's use the same thing." Tang Ke said and handed over a universe ring. "I borrowed this from the saint. One for me and one for you." Su Li had heard about this from Chu Luyue, so she wasn't surprised by Tang Ke's behavior. But when she looked up and saw the joy in Tang Ke's eyes, she remembered that Chu Luyue had asked her to pretend that she didn't know. She raised her eyebrows slightly and showed a surprised expression. "Is there mine too?" Tang Ke smiled and raised his chin. "See if you like it." Su Li was also curious. She separated a part of her consciousness and looked into the universe ring. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Tang Ke in shock. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was really shocked. Seeing her reaction, Tang Ke was delighted, and the smile on his face became wider. "How is it? Do you like it?" Su Li's lips moved. She was full of excitement. She looked at the universe ring in her hand and couldn't bear to put it down. The joy in her eyes was almost overflowing. "I like it," she exclaimed simply and straightforwardly. The refining materials in the ring were all rare and precious. Even she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really rare to be able to get these." "You said that you borrowed these from the saint?" Tang Ke nodded. Su Li took a deep breath and thanked Rong Xiu earnestly. At the same time, she sighed with emotion. It's said that the Yuntian Tower has been passed down for thousands of years and has a deep heritage. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved slightly. "It's a waste to leave these things there. It would be best if they could be used by the two of you." Su Li let out a long sigh in her heart. Any one of these items was a treasure that was hard to come by in a lifetime. However, in Rong Xiu's words, it seemed to have become a worthless object. This is really, Chu Luiyue was confused as she watched from the side. At first, when she saw Su Li's reaction, she thought that she was cooperating with Tang Ku. At that time, she even silently sighed in her heart that her acting was not bad. However, the development that followed made her realize that Su Li's surprise and joy did not seem to be fake. One had to know that Su Li was a weapon-refining saint. She had seen countless treasures used to refine artifacts. What kind of treasure could make her so excited and happy? What kind of treasure could it be? Chu Luiyue glanced at Rong Xiu suspiciously. That day, he only said that he wanted Yan Qing to go back and get some things. It seemed very casual, so she did not take it to heart. But now, whoosh! Su Li took out a sword embryo from her universe ring. This sword embryo was ice blue and looked rather blunt. It was of excellent quality. If one looked closely, they could even see the twinkling stars on it. A faintly sharp aura spread out from it. Star Darkness Sword Embryo? A voice full of surprise came. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that Shengguan Jing had already come near at some point. Shengguan Jing's eyes were fixed on the sword embryo, and his eyes were filled with unconcealed surprise and admiration. Chu Luiyue knew him too well. This was the expression of seeing a peerless treasure. Taizu, is this Star Darkness Sword Embryo very powerful? It's more than powerful. Shengguan Jing's eyes were still unwilling to move away. He clicked his tongue. This sword embryo was born naturally. It gathered endless power of heaven and earth and turned into sword qi. Once it is refined into a sword, it will be extremely sharp. As long as there are no accidents, this thing will definitely be refined into a venerable divine weapon. Chu Luiyue immediately understood. No wonder. In that case, this Star Darkness Sword Embryo was indeed a rare treasure. Shengguan Jing stroked his beard and glanced at Rong Xiu sourly. Sigh, I've only heard of this thing. I've only seen it today. If he had known that Rong Xiu had it, he would have asked for it earlier. Hearing this, Su Li immediately handed over the Star Darkness Sword Embryo. Shengguan, if you want it, this is for you. Shengguan Jing hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Mr. Su, how can I accept this? The Star Darkness Sword Embryo is extremely precious, and it's Senior Tang Ku's feelings for you. I have more. Su Li said in a gentle voice. Shengguan Jing's expression froze. What? Su Li took a few steps forward and stuffed the Star Darkness Sword Embryo into Shengguan Jing's hands. Then, she took out an almost identical Star Darkness Sword Embryo from the universe ring. Here, I have more. Shengguan Jing's eyelids twitched. You have two? No. Su Li waved the universe ring on her hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. A few icy blue lights flashed, and everyone was dazzled. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. In front of Su Li, there were 5 Star Darkness Sword Embryos hanging neatly. I have a lot here. It doesn't matter if I give you one. Shengguan Jing unconsciously clenched the Star Darkness Sword Embryo in his hand. Then, he stiffened his neck and looked at Rong Xiu again. These they were all taken from Rong Xiu? According to what Tang Ku had said before, he had divided the things into 2 portions and gave one to Su Li, which was exactly the same. If Su Li had 6 Star Darkness Sword Embryos, then he should have 6 as well. In total, there were 12 of them. Chu Luiyue was also shocked. Rong Xiu had taken out all his wealth? No, even those first-rate families might not have such a storage, right? Looking at Rong Xiu's casual manner, Chu Luiyue was sure that it was not difficult for him to take out all these things at once. In fact, he might even have more in stock. Although Chu Luiyue had been married to Rong Xiu for a long time, she had never taken the initiative to ask about the Yuntian Tower's collection. It was only now that she realized that she had underestimated the Yuntian Tower's foundation from the beginning. No, to be more precise, all of these now completely belonged to Rongxiu. Other than the Star Darkness Sword embryo, there were probably many other treasures hidden in Tang Ku and Su Li's universe rings. When all of these were added up, there was no doubt that it would be an extremely shocking amount. Su Li looked at Chu Luyue and said with an envious expression. "Little you, your husband is so rich. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2169. Chu Luyue was speechless. "Thank you, I only found out today." She thought of the little stock she had and fell silent. Compared to this person, she was so poor that she couldn't even begin to compare. Perhaps only the herbs in the small space under Qingshui Cliff could make a comeback. But in the end, it was Sanson's good luck that allowed her to take it for herself. And what Rongxiu took out, could no longer be described as good luck. No matter how heaven-defying his luck was, he had never heard of someone who could pick up a treasure like the Star Darkness Sword embryo like cabbage. Chu Luyue finally understood why Su Li had reacted like that just now. Rongxiu's lips curled up into a smile. "Senior Shengguan, if you want, I'll ask Yan Qing to send you one later." Shengguan Jing's forehead twitched violently. Really? How many treasures did this kid have? He thought that Rongxiu had already taken out everything, but he didn't expect that there were more. Su Li's eyes were also bright. Saint, I've used up all of these. Do you still have more?" Rongxiu nodded. "Of course." "Great." The only thing Su Li was interested in her life was refining artifacts. Forget about sleeping for 10,000 years, now that she finally had a body again, she had long been itching to do it. Now that the opportunity was in front of her, she could play to her heart's content. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth deepened, and she looked more lively than her usual gentle appearance. Tang Ku raised his eyebrows when he saw her happy. If he had known that she was so easy to coax, he would have asked for more from Master. He cupped his fists and said to Rongxiu and Shengguan, "Thank you for your kindness. Previously, I am indebted to the two of you for your care. In order to express my gratitude, I will give all the divine weapons that I have refined this time to Lord Yu and the Holy Sun as a return gift." As soon as he said that, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. In an instant, everyone's expressions seemed to have frozen. At first glance, the scene seemed to have frozen. What did Tang Ku just say? This time, he was going to give away all the divine artifacts he had forged. Whenever he attacked, it would be at least a venerable artifact. Just the number of Star Nether Sword embryos was already so shocking. If he could really refine all of these, it would definitely be a terrifying number. Chu Luyue was also dumbfounded. For us?" Tang Ku nodded. "Not bad. Speaking of which, these things originally belonged to the Holy Sun, and I'm only using them to refine them. I hope the two of you don't mind." Everyone was in a mess, looking at Tang Ku with a strange expression. Disdain? Who in the world would dare to despise him? To be able to ask him to help refine a divine artifact was something that many people could only dream of. Now, he had taken the initiative to offer to refine artifacts, and not just one. Su Li immediately agreed. "That's exactly what I was planning to do. In any case, once these things are refined, I won't be able to use them myself. Little you, I'll just give them to you. I just want to enjoy myself." Chu Luyue coughed, but before she could speak, Rongxiu smiled and nodded. "Then I'll have to thank the two seniors." Chu Luyue glanced at her man from the corner of her eyes. He couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? Rongxiu's expression was as calm and magnanimous as usual. As if he had sensed her gaze, he also looked over. The moment the two of them looked at each other, Chu Luyue instantly confirmed, this man had indeed thought of this long ago. These are the two seniors' kind intentions. Chu Luiyue, what he said was so reasonable that she actually couldn't refute it. Rong Xiao slightly raised his chin. There may be a lot of things, so you can first think about how to deal with and distribute them. Chu Luiyue. Asking the two saint refiners in the world to help refine artifacts, and in the end, saying that there were too many of them and that they should plan early, this man really wasn't afraid of being envied by the world. Boom! Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a thunderous explosion in the sky. She quickly looked up and saw that the clear blue sky was now covered with dark clouds. Within a short period of time, countless silver heavenly lightning bolts rushed over in response to the summons. Chu Luiyue held her breath. This is the strength of a saint refiner. Almost at the same time, Su Li also began. With a thought, she raised a hand and gently waved it upwards. In an instant, there seemed to be an invisible hand in the sky, pushing away the countless Tianlei that had gathered in the middle. The two sides were clearly separated and resplendent. Half belonged to Tang Ku, and the other half belonged to her. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she had seen such a scene with her own eyes. With a flip of her palm, she easily stirred and controlled countless Tianlei. In the world, only a saint refiner could have such strength. Then, Su Li's fingertips moved. 5 Tianlei fell down at the same time, each rushing towards the 5-star dark sword embryos in front of her. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Su Li was actually planning to refine 5 divine artifacts at the same time. On the other side, Tang Ku's sleeves fluttered, and those Tianlei also fell down. Suddenly, an icy blue light flew out and headed straight for Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and took that thing in her hand. For the sake of fairness, I will also refine these 5. Master Yu, if you are interested in the remaining one, you can play with it. Tang Ku's low and deep voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone's expressions became even more strange. The corner of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched. Play with it, these words were too hateful. Chu Luiyue lowered her head and looked at the star dark sword embryo in her hand. For a moment, she really didn't know what to do. She understood what Tang Ku meant. He wanted her to try using this thing to refine artifacts. However, this was a little too hasty. The material of the star dark sword embryo is not bad, it's good for you to use it to practice first. Even if you can't successfully refine a venerable artifact, it's good to have more experience. Rong Xiao came to her side and said gently. No one could guarantee a 100% success rate in refining artifacts, but practicing more would definitely be beneficial. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment. Using the star dark sword embryo to practice, only this man would be able to say such rich and overbearing words. She was a little tempted, but when she thought of Rong Xiao, she asked hesitantly, then. You don't want it? Rong Xiao smiled. I have this thing, and I don't need it right now. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. He had already broken through to the weapon refining venerable. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2170. Meeting Rong Xiao's gaze, Chu Luiyue instantly confirmed her guess. Her eyelids twitched, and she felt that it was a waste of time and energy for her to ask this question. If he could take out so much, would he still be short of her share? In the end, she was too poor. She didn't understand the world of the rich. Oh, okay. Chu Luiyue took the star nether sword embryo and moved to the side. Shangguan Jing asked, do you really want to try it now? Tang Ku and Mr. Su are refining together and have almost all of the Tianlei. Under such circumstances, if you want to succeed, you have to snatch the Tianlei from them. This is even more difficult than refining a venerable artifact. Chu Luiyue nodded. This is a rare opportunity. If she could refine with Mr. Su and Tang Ku at the same time, she would be able to see the gap between her and them. This would undoubtedly greatly increase her efficiency. Moreover, she also wanted to see how far she could go with her current strength. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Shangguan Jing laughed. All right. Since you, wants to do this, then Taizu will accompany you. With that, he threw the star nether sword embryo in front of him. Chu Luyue nodded and did as she was told. Rumble. She looked up with fighting spirit surging in her eyes. Shangguan Jing raised his voice. Your strength in refining is still not enough. You don't have to force yourself. As long as you can snatch a Tianlei from those two, you'll win. Ever since he saw Chu Liyue's potential in Tang Ke's tomb in the stone forest, Shangguan Jing had high hopes for her. After all, he was a refiner himself, so he naturally hoped that Chu Liyue could inherit his legacy. In other words, he hoped that she could shine in refining. It was also because of this that he agreed to Chu Liyue's suggestion without hesitation. He even secretly had a trace of anticipation in his heart. Not to mention her, even an ordinary refiner might not dare to guarantee that they would be able to successfully refine a venerable artifact under the influence of those two. Not to mention Chu Liyue. In his opinion, Chu Liyue could indeed be considered a success if she could snatch a Tianlei. Chu Liyue stood in midair and quickly mobilized the force in her body, causing the aura around her to rise crazily. Then, with a thought, she began to activate Tianlei. At this moment, she was flanked by Tang Ke and Su Li. Shangguan Jing was not far from her. Of course. Above their heads, countless subs, SSSS, SSSSS, SSSS, these Tianleis were also, they were s. They landed in a very regular pattern. Every time, there were 5 S, and each landed on the 5 nebula sword embryos. From this, it could be seen that Tang Ke and Su Li's control of Tianleis had reached a terrifying level. To snatch Tianlei from them meant that they had to break their monopoly. That was the most difficult part. As if sensing the power on Chu Liyue's side, the Tianleis in the sky became restless. A few seemed to want to fly toward Chu Liyue's side. However, under Tang Ke and Su Li's strict control, Tianleis still lingered in their position, unwilling to land. Chu Liyue narrowed her eyes slightly and raised her hand to grab them. Come down. Boom. As if someone had suddenly torn open a hole, Tianleis fell with a loud rumble, heading straight for Chu Liyue. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2171. Boom. Tianlei flew down, drawing a dazzling line in the sky, and then fiercely smashed onto the star dark sword embryo in front of Chu Liyue. The silver light quickly shattered into countless tiny rays of light, enveloping the ice blue sword embryo. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound was intertwined. Chu Liyue could clearly feel that there were two forces fighting back and forth. After a moment, the light gradually dissipated, and the star dark sword embryo gradually revealed its original appearance. Chu Liyue looked carefully and realized that the color of the sword embryo had changed. It seemed to be purer and deeper than before. Although the change was extremely small, it was certain that the Tianlei from before had indeed had a tempering effect on the sword embryo. Chu Liyue's lips curled up. No matter what, a good start was half the battle. If she could snatch one, she could snatch more. Perhaps. It was unknown if she could really completely refine it in the end. Chu Liyue looked at Shangguan Jing and smiled brightly. Taizu, thank you for your auspicious words. Shangguan Jing looked at the star dark sword embryo in front of Chu Liyue, and then looked at his own. His expression became extremely strange. This girl. Her movements are too fast. I haven't even made a move yet. She's already started? However, after a short period of shock, Shangguan Jing's heart was filled with relief and joy. He didn't know why, but summoning Tianlei seemed to be exceptionally easy for this girl. It was the same when they were in Tang Ke's tomb. She was the only one who could incite and devour the heavenly lightning that everyone else avoided. With such talent, it would be a pity if she didn't become a refiner. Ha! Girl, well done. Shengguan Jing was in a good mood. Just do whatever you want. Right now, he had the same thought as Rongxiu. This was a rare opportunity, let the girl practice. In any case, with so many people here, there was no need to worry about anything uncontrollable happening. Once they found any signs of something amiss, they would immediately intercept and deal with it. And if everything went smoothly, she would benefit greatly this time. With that, he held his breath and began to activate Tianlei. Boom! Boom! Several bolts of Tianlei came crashing down. Clearly, he had a much easier time doing this than Chu Luyue. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Senior Tang Ku said that Shengguan Jing is very likely to become an equipment refining saint. His skill in refining equipment is indeed perfect. Yes. Under the circumstances where Tang Ku and Mr. Su are competing for Tianlei, he can still refine weapons so smoothly and freely. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Isn't it widely acknowledged that Shengguan Jing is powerful? His name had been resounding since 1,000 years ago. It wasn't strange for him to be able to do this. I'm more curious about Master Yu. Previously, she had only heard that Yu Zhu was an all-rounder in cultivation, but there were very few rumors about her refining weapons. Who would have thought that he would be so heaven-defying in this aspect? Did you see how that bolt of heavenly lightning came down? Everyone was talking about it. All kinds of voices could be heard, but Chu Luyue did not care. After the first Tianlei was successfully activated, the rest of the process became much simpler. She began to follow Tang Ku and Su Li, activating the Tianlei to refine the Stardark Sword embryo. They were refining 5 weapons together, and she was refining 1, so the process was consistent. In comparison, Shengguan Jing became the fastest one. With his current strength, it was indeed very easy for him to refine a venerable divine weapon. Especially when he used such good materials, it was like icing on the cake. Bolts of Tianlei fell from the sky one after another. Many people's gazes wandered back and forth between them. On one hand, they wanted to observe how the legendary refining saint refined weapons. On the other hand, they also wanted to see how Chu Luyue snatched the Tianlei from the two of them, and if she could succeed. Of course, other than that, they were also comparing the various aspects of refining weapons, such as the control of Tianlei's strength and techniques. In the beginning, many people thought that Chu Luyue would not be able to hold on for long. However, as time passed, they were shocked to find that Chu Luyue did not seem to be defeated. In fact, she even followed Tang Ku and Su Li closely with every Tianlei. It was almost the same rhythm as the two of them. Thus, the crowd gradually became numb from the initial shock. Fortunately, many people had already seen how heaven-defying Chu Luyue was when the Peach Blossom Cove was in chaos, so when they saw this scene, they quickly accepted it. It seems like she can do everything well. There were also some people who glanced at Rongxiu from time to time. He stood outside the dazzling silver light with his hands behind his back, as if he had nothing to do with all this. He looked calm and composed. The violent energy wave spread to the surroundings, but when it reached him, it turned into a gentle wind, only lifting a corner of his snow-white robe. He was as graceful as a celestial, cold and noble. However, did all this really have nothing to do with him? Of course not. He was the one who provided these extremely precious and rare materials for refining artifacts. Moreover, the reason why he did not participate was because he did not need them. Even if the crowd did not hear the conversation between him and Chu Luyue, it was not difficult to guess that he had most likely broken through to become a refining venerable. This was almost an indisputable fact. After this, according to Tang Ku and Su Li, all the divine weapons that were refined would belong to Chu Luyue and Su Li. Moreover, Rongxiu seemed to intend to let Chu Luyue handle all of them. In other words, these divine weapons would eventually belong to Chu Luyue. And this would be an extremely shocking number. Sanson moved to Tsinyi's side, rubbing his round palms as he whispered. "Big brother, the Holy Sun is going to give our master a big gift. Who can take out so many treasures in such a short time? Do you think he prepared them long ago?" Tsinyi placed one hand behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent, ignoring him. Sanson did not give up and continued to ask. "I think it must be so. Why didn't he say earlier or later? He just had to take out so many at once when Senior Tang Ku said she wanted them. I'm guessing that they must have discussed this beforehand. Sir Su doesn't seem to know, but now, she joined in and became a free labor force. However, she was obsessed with refining weapons, so this was not a loss to her. Instead, it allowed her to satisfy her cravings. Everyone was happy. Tsinyi gave Sanson an indifferent look. Seeing his small eyes flickering with excitement, Tsinyi directly shattered his fantasy. The Saint and Senior Tang Ku's intentions are already very clear. These will belong to Master in the end and will not be stored. In other words, they would not be under Sanson's control. Sanson's face quickly fell, but he quickly regained his confidence and chuckled. That doesn't matter. I'll just count. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2172. In fact, as long as he took a look from afar and knew that it was an incalculable amount of wealth, he would be satisfied. Thinking of that scene, Sanson was simply overjoyed. His entire body was filled with a happy aura. Compared to this, what's the small deal I did before? A venerable divine artifact should be at least this much, right? Sanson stretched out his hand and used his round and chubby fingers to gesture a number. Just Tang Ku and Mr. Su alone this time, it's 10. How much is this? No, it's hard to buy it no matter how much money you have. A venerable divine artifact was different from other natural treasures. As long as one was lucky, one could obtain it. Treasures of this level required a strong foundation and strength to support them. Sanson's face was filled with emotion. Back then, how many venerable divine artifacts were the patriarch of family Yi worth? After this artifact refinement, our master will probably become the one with the most venerable divine artifacts in the entire Divine Ruins world. If word got out, who knew how many people would die of envy? Tsinyi's brows twitched slightly as his gaze swept past Rongxiu. That might not be the case. Sanson followed his gaze and immediately slapped his head. Oh, how could I forget about this person? If Rongxiu could take out so many as a gift, then how many more did he have? A day passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. The sky was dark, and twilight covered the surroundings. Only the two balls of lightning in the clouds were still shining brightly. In fact, there were more than two balls. Above Shengguan Jing's head, several Tianlei gathered and gradually formed a small ball. Although it couldn't be compared to Tang Ku and Su Yu's, it was still independent of the two of them and forcefully opened up a path. Just this point alone was enough to prove that his strength had indeed touched the threshold of a weapon-refining saint. Above his head, two big and one small, 3 balls of light stood in a tripod. Chu Luyue seemed very weak among them. However, the heavenly lightning on her side had never stopped. The 3 lightning seas seemed to be taking turns. When Shengguan Jing first found out that his Tianlei had also been snatched by her, he was happy for a long time. He had a faint feeling in his heart that this time, she might really succeed. It was already very late, but no one had left. Many people might not be able to witness such a magnificent scene in their lifetime. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. Under the dense night sky, everyone was quiet and focused on watching. All of a sudden, Rongxiu's eyebrows twitched as a chill flashed across his eyes. Yan Qing. Yan Qing stepped forward, "Master. When the two of them spoke, they deliberately adjusted their voices so that the people around them could not hear them. Family Wei's people, withdraw. Yan Qing frowned slightly. What do you mean? Wei Zhe is dead, and the family Wei is about to fall into chaos. There's no need to continue watching. Rong Xiao said lightly. Yan Qing had already guessed this possibility, but she still felt very surprised when she heard it with her own ears. Yes. Then, do you want to investigate? No need. Rong Xiao shook his head. Jun Zhuqing wouldn't leave any evidence behind, so there was no point in investigating. Yan Qing didn't ask any more questions. This small commotion didn't attract anyone's attention. Soon, it was noon of the second day. Chu Luyue stared at the star darkness sword embryo in front of her with all her attention. After a day and night of polishing and tempering, the round and thick sword embryo had completely changed its appearance. The sword body was a rich blue-black color, with countless silver dots flickering in it. At a glance, it was as bright as the starry night, magnificent and moving. A sharp aura faintly spread out from it. Chu Luyue held her breath. She knew very well that as long as this sword underwent the final tempering, it was very likely to become a venerable divine artifact. It was just that this step was extremely difficult to cross. She hadn't made any preparations before, and it was already very difficult to reach this step. It could be said that the terrifying energy consumption had almost emptied her body's strength and mind. If she hadn't broken through to Venerable God before, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on in the middle. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion of energy was heard. Chu Luyue looked up and saw that a sword had been completely tempered in front of Tang Ku. A powerful aura came crashing down from the sky. It was a venerable divine artifact. Boom! Almost at the same time, Suli on the other side was also completed. Then, there were a few more consecutive explosions. Large patches of dazzling light almost covered Su Li's figure. The onlookers were dumbfounded. She actually refined these 5 venerable divine artifacts at the same time. Tang Ku quickly followed up. For a moment, terrifying energy surged in the entire sky. Shengguan Jing also attacked at the same time. 11 venerable divine artifacts appeared at the same time, and the commotion was earth-shattering. Qingshui Cliff began to shake. Sanson's heart suddenly jumped. But soon, Rong Xiao and the others took action one after another and set up a huge barrier to protect the bottom. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Chu Luyue. Since she had already reached this step, would she be able to do it too? If that was the case, then all of them would be witnessing the birth of 12 venerable divine artifacts together. Chu Luyue led the last Tianlei down. Silver light flashed, and every force was going through the final tempering of that sword. Chu Luyue's heart jumped high. As long as, suddenly, a sharp sound entered her ears. Chu Luyue was shocked and quickly lowered her head. The sound came from the pendant around her neck. This was left to her by Dugu Mabao back then. Her heart sank. Something happened. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2173. Because of this moment of absent-mindedness, the energy on the star darkness sword embryo in front of him began to become chaotic. The light on it also began to fade rapidly. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. It was clearly fine just a moment ago. How did the situation take a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye? Looks like it's still not possible. In the end, it's a venerable artifact. How can it be so easy to refine? What a pity, there's only a little left. Rong Xiao's eyes focused, and a golden light flashed in his palm. Right at this moment, Chu Luyue quickly calmed her mind, gritted her teeth, and directly reached for the sword. It was boiling hot. After this star darkness sword embryo had been tempered by several Tianlei, it was at its most abundant state of energy. Countless tiny silver lights were crazily swimming around on it. A vigorous force surged out from Chu Liuyue's body, and actually forcefully suppressed the energy that was about to go berserk. At the same time, a Tianlei appeared in the dark clouds that were about to dissipate. It struck down. Boom! That bolt of heavenly lightning landed directly on the sword embryo. The two forces fought fiercely. After a moment, the light on the sword embryo finally lit up again. Immediately after, a powerful pressure spread out from the sword body. The sword was complete. Chu Liyue gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and a faint smell of blood surged up between her lips and teeth. She quickly calmed the surging energy in her body and looked at the sword in her hand. This sword was different from the ones that Tang Ku, Su Li, and even Taizu had refined. Because there was a deviation at the last moment, the sword body, with the middle line as the boundary, was half reddish gold, and half was blue-black. Half was brilliant, half was cold. The two extreme powers intertwined and finally refined this unique divine artifact. Yuer. Shengguan Jing was the closest, and immediately rushed over, nervously sizing her up. Just now, after he finished refining, he had been watching seriously from the side. Chu Liyue was fine at the beginning, but for some reason, she suddenly seemed to have lost her mind. At that moment, his heart was in his mouth, and he thought that she would definitely fail this time. Fortunately, she still succeeded. Chu Liyue shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. It's just that a venerable artifact is indeed not easy to refine. She found a suitable excuse for that momentary mistake. Shengguan Jing let out a long sigh of relief and then said with emotion, "Of course. Many people spent their entire lives bitterly researching, but they still might not succeed. Girl, very good." This was her first attempt at refining a supremacy divine artifact, and she had succeeded. No one would believe him even if he told others about it. Even though there were some twists and turns in the process, it was still a success. He took Chu Liyue's sword and examined it carefully. Although its power is a little mottled and it's not the best among the venerable artifacts, it's still very rare. Girl, from today onwards, you are also a weapon refining honorable. His voice was low and deep, carrying undisguised joy and pride. Su Li also came in a flash and looked at Chu Liyue with bright eyes. Little congratulations. Back then, even I had to try 3 or 4 times before I succeeded. You're amazing. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The world of geniuses was indeed not something that ordinary people could understand. Chu Liyue's lips curved. It's all thanks to the seniors this time. If she had to fumble around by herself, she would have to spend a lot of time and energy. The reason why she could succeed this time was mainly because she followed these people step by step. Although she didn't have much experience in refining weapons, she had a strong control over Tianlei. In this way, as long as there was someone to guide her, she could easily succeed. Bang! A fine crackling sound came from the pendant on her neck. Chu Liyue's heart trembled. She took it off and it instantly turned into powder. What's this? Su Li asked curiously. Chu Liyue didn't say anything, but her hands were slightly trembling. At this moment, something suddenly broke through the air from the distant horizon. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound was incomparably fast, drawing a demonic purple line in the air. Chu Liyue immediately looked up. When she saw the purple light flickering with a faint glow, she suddenly realized something. That was, everyone noticed the commotion and raised their heads to look. The speed of that thing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was above the Peach Blossom Cove. Sensing the familiar aura, Chu Liyue's mind moved and she immediately opened the barrier. Chi! That thing rushed towards Chu Liyue without hesitation. Su Li immediately became vigilant. Little be careful. Chu Liyue shook her head. Teacher Su, don't worry. I know what it is. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand. That thing instantly retracted its aura and fell into her hand. Everyone looked at it suspiciously and nervously. When they saw what it was, everyone was stunned. Because it was actually a book. That book was thick and old, and it looked very old. Chu Luiyue stared at the thing in her hand and pursed her lips. This was Lingxiao College's name list. An anxious voice could be heard. Everyone looked again and saw that it was Nan Suhui who rushed over. He quickly came to Chu Luiyue and saw the book lying quietly in Chu Luiyue's hand. His expression was complicated. Little you, I don't know why this thing suddenly went berserk and rushed out of the Donghuang Bell Tower. I didn't expect it to come to you, Chu Luiyue said. I'll go back to the college with you. Rong Xiao suddenly walked over and held her hand. His broad and warm palm held her ice-cold hand tightly. I'll go with you. Chu Luiyue turned around and met with a pair of deep and gentle eyes. The warmth spread from her palm to her whole body. The blood that seemed to have frozen in her body began to flow slowly again. She nodded gently. Okay. Rong Xiao looked at Tang Ku. We'll be back soon. Seniors, don't worry. Tang Ku nodded. If there's something urgent, you can go and deal with it first. As for here, since it's already started, there's no reason to stop. From what he said, it seemed that he intended to continue refining the divine artifact here. Su Li wanted to ask something, but Tang Ku suddenly came over and held her hand. Li Zi, the competition isn't over yet. Su Li looked at him in a daze and suddenly realized something. Perhaps something had really happened at Lingxiao College, but Rong Xiao and Cini clearly intended to go alone. Although she was worried, she thought that the two of them were powerful and had many trump cards. Nothing should happen to them. She nodded. Then. Little you, go quickly and come back quickly. Chu Luiyue nodded and said to Cini. Cini, you stay here. While we're gone, you'll be in charge of everything in Peach Blossom Cove. Cini nodded. Yes. Chu Luiyue hugged the book tightly. Let's go. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2174. After leaving Peach Blossom Dock, Chu Luiyue planned to follow Nan Suhui back to Lingxiao College. However, the book suddenly flew out of her arms and headed in a certain direction. Chu Luiyue and the others looked at each other. It seems that it doesn't want to go back to the college, Chu Luiyue said firmly. It has somewhere else to go. Her figure moved, and she chose to follow him without hesitation. Nan Suhui frowned. Girl, that. Did something happen? He was referring to Dugu Mabao. Although Dugu Mabao had never appeared in its true identity, Nan Suhui had already guessed it when Chu Luiyue used Dugu Mabao's power to repair the Sky Shuttle array during the chaos in Lingxiao College. After all, he was the dean. However, considering that Dugu Mabao didn't seem to want to reveal its existence, he had been turning a blind eye. Until this time, Chu Luiyue knew that Nan Suhui must have known Dugu Mabao's identity. She didn't say anything and only shook her head. I'm not sure yet. But he should have encountered some trouble. Her heart was beating fast, and she was anxious. Nan Suhui didn't say anything else, but his expression became more serious. Rong Xiao held her hand. Don't worry, Senior Lan Shao has already reconstructed his divine body. He should be fine. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. I hope so. The three of them followed the book forward and finally arrived in front of a door realm. It was the gate realm that had just appeared. The few people in charge of guarding saw the three of them and immediately bowed. Greetings, Master Yu, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly and asked. Have there been any abnormalities in the gate realm recently? The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Master Yu, everything is normal. Chu Luyue looked at the gate realm. The translucent gate realm fell from the sky, shining with a faint glow. On the other side of the gate realm, nothing could be seen. The books suddenly flew toward the gate realm. Chu Luyue's heart tightened, and he immediately followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Rong Xiao and Nan Su Huai's figures also disappeared behind the gate world. A bone-chilling cold wind blew in his face. As soon as Chu Luyue crossed the gate realm and barely managed to grab the book in his hand, he immediately felt an indescribable coldness wrapping around him. She looked up and instantly gasped in shock. This is the Red Moon Desert. The world in front of him was shrouded in overwhelming crimson. Beneath the veil of crimson was a world of ice and snow. As far as the eye could see, it was a snowy plain with no end in sight. The once vast and boundless yellow desert was now completely covered in white snow and ice. Snow was still falling from the sky, and the cold wind swept over, and a few pieces of ice blew on her face. It was cold and painful. Chu Luyue had never thought that the Red Moon Desert would become like this one day. The entire world seemed to have been frozen, and it was so quiet that one could hear breathing. The aura of death and desolation filled every inch of the space. There seemed to be no traces of humans or even any living beings here. It seemed to have been like this since the distant past, and it had never changed since time immemorial. If it wasn't for the gate realm, Chu Luyue wouldn't have believed that this was the Red Moon Desert. Why is this place like this? Nan Su Huai muttered in shock. Rong Xiao frowned slightly, and remained silent. The bone-chilling coldness kept drilling into his body. Chu Luyue suddenly sensed something, and looked down, only to see that her hand was covered in a thin layer of ice. When the snow fell on her body, it didn't melt. Instead, it started to connect with each other, and condensed into small pieces of ice. The cold air was dense, and it even brought along an indescribable pain. Pust! A reddish-gold flame suddenly ignited on her hand. The layer of ice started to melt gradually, but it was extremely slow. Obviously, this was different from ordinary ice and snow. There's something strange about this place, Chu Luyue said in a deep voice. She was now a god expert, and her physical strength was extremely strong. Logically speaking, ordinary changes in the weather shouldn't have any effect on her. However, it was different here. Let's take a look inside, Rong Xiao said, and summoned Xue Xue. Lead the way. Roar. Xue Xue let out a low roar, turned on the spot, and quickly chose a direction, and rushed forward. Chu Luyue and the others quickly followed. Xue Xue quickly brought them to the center. Chu Luyue looked down. The clear lake, which was originally rippling with blue waves, was now frozen. On the surface of the lake, one could vaguely see the ripples spreading out. This lake froze in an instant, Chu Luyue said. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Could it be, this is Weiyu? Chu Luyue raised her head slightly and looked at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and only a blurry, gauze-like crimson covered the sky. She didn't know where it came from, why it was here, and what would happen next. However, she was certain that it must have some kind of close connection with the Dugu Mobao trio. It wasn't that Chu Luyue hadn't imagined the scene of Weiyu, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Xue Xue leaped onto the snowy ground and paced back and forth by the lake. In just a short period of time, a layer of frost had formed on its body. Xue Xue, come back, Chu Luyue called out. Xue Xue shook its body, shook off all the fine ice shards, and returned to them. Nan Suhuai asked nervously. Little you, did you see something? How's that person? Before this, he had never been to the Red Moon Desert. Looking at Chu Luyue and Rong Xiao's reactions, he vaguely guessed that Dugu Mobao should have been here before. However, at this moment, he didn't sense any signs of life. He couldn't help but worry. Chu Luyue didn't say anything, and looked at the book in her hand again. At this point, the restlessness of the energy on it had reached its peak. It was as if something was about to burst out from it. Chu Luiyue raised her wrist. The book flew in front of her, and then automatically flipped to the first page. On the title page, the purple scale armor flickered with a faint light. And the violent energy was emitted from it. Chi! In the next moment, the scale armor suddenly fell from the title page and flew towards the ice lake. It quietly floated above the lake. Suddenly, a line of black words slowly appeared on the frozen ice surface. Xin Yuan calendar, year 3572, beginning of autumn. Illusory God Palace, heavenly gate opens. When she saw the line of words clearly, Chu Luiyue's heart was instantly shaken. This was the date mentioned in the last sentence of her diary. She still clearly remembered that sentence she had written, Xin Yuan calendar year 3572, return at the beginning of autumn. At this moment, what Chu Luiyue didn't know was that at this moment, the same line of words had appeared in the sky of the Divine Ruins world. Illusory God Palace, heavenly gate opens, the imperial edict, flashing in the entire world. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2175. Black words flashed in the sky of the Divine Ruins world. Countless cultivators seemed to have sensed it and looked up. The words were not big, but they were easily reflected in everyone's eyes. As they breathed, the words flickered. The Xin Yuan calendar was a calendar that had never been recorded in the history of the Divine Ruins world. The illusory God Palace was a mysterious place that no one had ever heard of. Everyone was puzzled and looked at the sky in a daze. However, they seemed to have been inspired by something and gradually yearned for it. It seemed that after that, something was summoning the world. Family E. When Jun Jiuqing returned to the Family E, the guards at the gate immediately bowed. Greetings, family head. Their voices and expressions were extremely respectful. When their eyes swept over the half-folded divine vulture standing on Jun Jiuqing's shoulder, a deep sense of fear flashed across their eyes. A few months ago, they did not treat Jun Jiuqing like this. In a short period of time, Jun Jiuqing had taken over the position of family head and had the entire Family E firmly in his hands. Anyone with a brain in the Family E knew how to face this young family head with a different surname. Jun Jiuqing nodded and was about to walk in. Suddenly, he sensed a strange movement in the sky and looked up. The two guards also looked up curiously, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Why were there words in the sky? Jun Jiuqing narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not seem surprised. After a moment, he retracted his gaze. Pass down the order. All the elders of the Family E are to head to the hall immediately. There's something important to discuss. The two guards did not know what was going on, but they immediately obeyed. Yes. After Jun Jiuqing left, the two of them looked at each other. Something big was going to happen in the Divine Ruins world. Nan family. The current Nan family had fallen apart. Only Nan Jinshu, who used to be one of the elders, managed to rise to the position of family head. He was Nan Yifan's younger cousin, and had coveted the position of family head for many years. Unfortunately, his strength was always a bit weaker than Nan Yifan's. It was only after Nan Yifan died and the clan fell into chaos that he finally got the chance. After the calamity of the Peach Blossom Cove, the Nan family had suffered heavy losses. They were no longer comparable to the Nan family at their peak. However, the Nan family had been passed down for thousands of years after all. They still had a certain foundation. Nan Jinshu had been ordering everyone in the Nan family to recuperate and recover their vitality. Even if they couldn't be as high and mighty as before, they could still barely contend with some of the first-rate families. Of course, Yuntian Tower was an exception. Nan Jinshu was stunned for a long time when he saw the line of words in the sky. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and became excited. The rumors about the ancestors are actually true? Phoenix God Mountain. When Yi Zhao returned, he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. In fact, the matter of him and Mao Zhen heading to the Crimson Moon Desert together had already spread among the two great ancient divine beast clans. Therefore, there was no need to hide anymore. He went straight to the Phoenix Temple. When Elder EU saw him, he was immediately delighted. "Patriarch, you're back. How's Dumpling?" The news had spread like wildfire outside. He was basically certain that Dumpling was safe. However, he could only be at ease when he asked about this matter properly. Yi Zhao shook his head. Someone forcefully opened her sixth meridian. Fortunately, Shengguanyu broke through to the Supreme God realm in time and helped her recover a lot. After recuperating for a period of time, there should be no major problems. Elder EU was shocked. He almost thought that he had misheard. Someone forcefully opened her meridian? How is that possible? Who in the world has such ability? Also, that's not right. Dumpling's talent is already rare. She opened her fifth meridian at such a young age. What was the person who forced her to open her meridian by force? Yi Zhao took a deep breath. He put one hand behind his back and frowned. That's what I'm worried about. We've encountered some trouble in the Crimson Moon Desert, but we haven't found out who the mastermind is. Elder EU's lips moved. His expression changed, and huge waves surged in his heart. Yi Zhao went with Mao Zhen. If he guessed correctly, something must have happened to Zichen. The two of them working together could be considered invincible. However, even they couldn't find anything. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He felt that there was something strange about this that he couldn't explain. Yi Zhao said, "Send more people later. You must investigate thoroughly. Don't let go of any clues." "Yes. I'll go now." Elder EU had just turned around. Before he walked out of the square in front of the Phoenix Shrine, he suddenly felt something strange in the sky. He looked up. What he saw immediately caused him to be startled. "Patriarch. Look." Yi Zhao had already looked up. That line of words flickered silently in the sky and was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. "Patriarch, this is..." Elder EU was about to ask something when he saw Yi Zhao suddenly turn around and quickly enter the Phoenix Shrine. At the same time, the barrier outside the Phoenix Shrine flickered, and the pressure became even stronger. Elder EU's heart trembled. What is the Patriarch planning? He stood in place and pondered for a while. Then, he walked toward Fenghuang Valley. As expected, many people in the clan were looking at the words that suddenly appeared with different expressions. Elder EU's heart tightened. Yi Zhao entered the Phoenix Shrine. He was silent and hurried along the way. Finally, he arrived before the huge mural in the middle of the shrine. Ancestor. He stared deeply at the figure of the ancestor who emerged from the fire. The Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate is finally opening again. The shrine was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The figure on the mural remained silent. Peach Blossom Cove. This line of words appeared above their heads at the same time. Tang Ku, who had just finished refining the second batch of divine artifacts, stopped and looked up. He furrowed his brows, but they quickly smoothed out. Su Li also stopped and asked curiously. What's that? Where is the Illusion God Palace? The Heavenly Gate, is a gate? Tang Ku looked at her and shook his head. When the time is right, everything will be solved. Do you still want to continue? He was asking about the artifact refinement. Su Li paused and nodded. That's true. Then let's continue. The two of them had always been neck and neck, so she had always wanted to see who was the better one. As for the sudden appearance of the words, just as Tang Ku said, what would come would come. When the time was right, everything would be known. Everyone heard the conversation between the two and felt conflicted. Little Mina stretched lazily, squinted his eyes, and muttered weakly, "That's right. The two of them have already refined 13 venerable divine artifacts each. Why do they still want to continue, after looking at the mural day and night for so long, even if they weren't tired?" She was. She walked to Tsinyi's side. "Big brother, can I go to sleep?" Tsinyi's expression was indifferent. "No. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2176. Little Hachi pursed her lips. She knew it. Big brother definitely wouldn't let her slack off on such an occasion. "But I'm really sleepy." She leaned forward and pointed at her eyes. "Big brother, I haven't slept for so long. The dark circles under my eyes are a lot heavier." Tsinyi didn't even look at her. "You can sleep here." Little Hachi, after so many years, Big brother was still as heartless as ever. She knew she shouldn't have counted on him. Little Hachi wrinkled her nose. "Fine, I'll sleep." She took a few steps back and bumped into someone. She turned around and saw that it was Yan Qing. At this moment, she was so tired that she was about to go berserk. When she saw that it was Yan Qing, she didn't think too much and patted Yan Qing's shoulder. "Lord Yan Qing, let me sleep on your shoulder for a while." Besides, Yan Qing was one of Rong Xiu's people. He wouldn't be as scared of Big brother as Sanson and the others. Thinking about it this way, he was indeed the most reliable person. Little Hachi actually felt a little happy at this thought. As she spoke, her soft and boneless hand had already silently climbed onto Yan Qing's arm. She narrowed her eyes and was about to lean her head over. At this moment, Yan Qing suddenly grabbed her wrist and took half a step away. Little Hachi's head missed and she instantly sobered up. She looked at Yan Qing blankly. Yan Qing's voice was calm. "Miss Little Hachi, this isn't appropriate." "Little Hachi. What's not appropriate?" Yan Qing paused. "It's not appropriate in any way. How could a young lady casually lean on a man's shoulder and fall asleep?" He didn't mind, but there were so many people watching. It wasn't good for her. "Miss Little Hachi, if you're really sleepy, why don't you go back to sleep?" Little Hachi widened her eyes. "But Big brother won't let me go back to sleep." "Didn't you hear it?" Yan Qing glanced at Tsinyi. Actually, it didn't matter if Little Hachi stayed or not. She didn't know why Tsinyi refused to let her go back. Seeing how unmoved Tsinyi was, it seemed like he wouldn't change his mind. This was the matter of the 13th yu, so he couldn't say much. "If I don't sleep now, I'll really die." Little Hachi pursed her red lips and stretched out a finger to poke Yan Qing's shoulder. "Look. Are you made of paper? You can't even let me lean on you." "I want to sleep, I want to sleep." Her fingers, which were painted with delicate nail polish, were as slender as a scallion. She tapped on his shoulder again and again. I poked. I poked. I poked and prodded. Yan Qing finally caught her hand. "Go to sleep." Little Hachi's brain was already confused. When she heard that she could sleep, she immediately became happy. Her head tilted, and she fell over. But this time, they still didn't reach their destination. Yan Qing reached out and held her forehead. Little Hachi blinked. Yan Qing waved his hand, and a ball of light that flickered with a faint blue light appeared in front of him. "You can go in and sleep," Yan Qing said. "There are bedding inside. Don't worry, everything is new." As for why he had this kind of thing, it had to be traced back to a long time ago. His master ordered him to prepare it. He prepared a lot. Some were given to his master to use, and the rest was left with him. Little Hachi was speechless. She was completely awake now. No need. Little Hachi took a deep breath. Yan Qing frowned slightly. Aren't you very sleepy? Don't worry, it's an independent small space inside, and there's a barrier. Little Hachi closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she saw Yan Qing's face again, she wouldn't be able to resist scratching a few beautiful blood flowers. I don't like this color. Little Hachi gritted her teeth and said. Yan Qing thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, then, change it to powder? You're the one who wants to sleep with powder. Your whole family is sleeping with powder. Little Hachi finally lost her temper. After saying that fiercely, she turned around and left. Not only was she not sleepy now, but she was also very energetic. At the side, 13 asked nervously. Sister 8 seems to be angry, Xiaofan said. When has she not been angry when talking to Lord Yan Qing? 13, that's true. After so many years of experience, the 13U sect knew very well that when little Hachi was angry, they must not talk to her. It was best if they didn't even look at her. Hence, they looked away in unison and looked at Tang Ku and Su Li. Yujio, it's such a blessing to watch two seniors refine artifacts. Sanson, that's right. I can still watch for another 100 years. Sun finally spoke. Little Hachi. Little Hachi immediately pounced over with tears in her eyes. Big brother. Did Big Brother finally change his mind? Could she go back to sleep? Sun raised his chin and asked, do you know how many divine artifacts the two of you have refined up until now? Little Hachi was stunned. I know. It's good that you know. Only then did Sun give her a precious look. Seeing that you're very energetic now, we'll refine pills according to this number. As for the type of pills, you know in your heart. Little Hachi's forehead twitched. She shouldn't have rejected Yan Qing just now. Red Moon Desert. That line of words flickered with each breath. Snow kept falling from the sky, and the surrounding snow became thicker and thicker, but it avoided this ice lake. After a moment, the purple scale flew back to Chu Liuyue's hand. She looked down and saw that the light on it was much dimmer than before. Chu Liyue slowly clenched her fists. They're not here. Her brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart felt like it was being squeezed by something. Cold snowflakes and ice particles kept blowing on her head and face. There was already a layer of sparkling ice and snow on her eyelashes. They are in the Illusion God Palace. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2177. However, what kind of place was the Illusory God Palace? She had no idea. Right now, the connection between her and Debeo had been severed. The only thing that could still be maintained was this piece of scale armor. But from the situation of this scale armor, Debeo's situation was also very worrying. Chu Liyue looked around. Between heaven and earth, there was nothing at all. She suddenly thought of the pavilion in the sky from before. That, could it be the Illusory God Palace? She muttered under her breath. At this time, the words on the ice lake slowly disappeared. Rong Xiao held her hand. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back first and discuss this matter. Chu Liyue was about to nod when she suddenly thought of something. Wait first. She broke free from Rong Xiao's hand and flew towards the ice lake. Rong Xiao frowned and was about to go over when he heard Chu Liyue say, don't come over first. Rong Xiao stopped in his tracks. Nan Su Hui looked at Rong Xiao and also stopped, but his face was still full of worry. What are you doing? This place is very dangerous. You must be careful. Everything here was very strange, and it really made people worried. Chu Liyue nodded. Thank you, Master. I know what to do. Swish. A rainbow light flashed. Scarlet Heaven sword appeared in her hand. She held it tightly and stood on the ice lake. The cold wind from the snowy plains blew the ice and snow, rolling up the corners of her clothes. Her hair fluttered in the wind, but a thin layer of frost quickly condensed on the ends of her hair. It could be seen that the temperature here was very low and the weather was very cold. Chu Luyue looked at the ice below her feet. The originally clear lake water had already frozen into a thick layer of ice. It was sparkling and translucent, making people unable to see the scene inside. In fact, she had always been very curious about what was under the lake water. She had stayed in the Red Moon Desert for a long time and had seen Debeo and the others walk out of the lake several times. But she had never gone down herself. She had always been smart and quick-witted. She could tell that Debao and the others didn't really want to talk about these things, so she didn't ask anything about it. However, at this moment, a strong sense of curiosity surged from the bottom of her heart. Since Debao and the other two were no longer here, she wanted to see what secrets were hidden below. She quickly circulated the force in her body and poured it all into Scarlet Heaven Sword. Wang! A sword hum rang out. On Scarlet Heaven Sword, scarlet gold and transparent flames intertwined and burned fiercely. Chu Luyue held his sword with both hands and raised it high. Then, he swung it down viciously. Clang! The sharp edge of the sword cut into the ice, producing a crisp sound. Crack! A crack quickly spread out on the ice surface. At the same time, the flames on the Scarlet Heaven Sword quickly followed the crack in an instant. The blazing heat began to melt the layer of ice. More and more tiny cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Chu Luyue held her breath and stared intently. However, at this moment, the snow and ice falling from the sky suddenly gathered in this direction. Snowflakes fell on the flames and cracks. The flames gradually extinguished, and the cracks gradually recovered. The crack that Chu Luyue had slashed with all her strength was easily restored to its original state. How could this be? Chu Luyue looked at the smooth ice surface and almost couldn't believe her eyes. Now that she was a god, she didn't hold back in the sword just now. Even if it was a mountain, this sword could raise it to the ground. However, there was only a shallow crack on the surface of the ice. Even if she had thought of igniting the flames in advance, it was still futile. In less than 15 minutes, all traces on the ice surface had been erased. At a glance, it was clean. Even the rippling patterns didn't change in the slightest. Her sword, it didn't have any effect on it at all. Cold air came from all directions, piercing into her body like steel needles. A dazzling light flashed on her body and covered her with a layer of transparent and gorgeous soft armor. Only then did it expel the cold air. Chu Luyue didn't believe it and slashed again. Clang! The moment the sword landed, a Xian formation suddenly appeared under the ice surface. A wave of indescribable pressure spread out from the top. Chu Luyue was the first to bear the brunt. When she sensed the aura, she already knew that something was wrong. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Crack! A look of horror flashed across her face. That was because the Scarlet Heaven Sword in her hand broke the moment it was enveloped by the light of the Xian formation. She didn't even think and immediately retreated. A ray of light wrapped around the Scarlet Heaven Sword and came over. Rong Xiu immediately attacked. A ray of golden light flickered and quickly passed by Chu Luyue's palm. The Scarlet Heaven Sword was instantly cut in half. Almost at the same time, the broken sword body shattered into countless tiny pieces. The Scarlet Heaven Sword was completely destroyed. Chu Luyue lowered her head and saw that there was only a broken sword hilt left in her hand. She immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Rong Xiu went forward and grabbed her waist, bringing her away from the lake. Then, he took a step forward and protected her behind him. On the ice surface, the Xian formation gradually appeared and flickered. Rong Xiu's eyes that were as deep as the sea seemed to be gradually rippling. Nan Su Hui rushed over in a hurry. Are you all right? Chu Luyue shook her head and looked at the lake with a complicated gaze. Whose seal is that? Wonderful book house. Chapter 2178. It was a Xian formation, and also a seal. It was extremely complicated, and its pressure was extremely strong. She had been in the Red Moon Desert for many years, but she had never seen this seal before. But strangely, for some reason, she felt that the aura on it was somewhat familiar. She thought of that eye. The dangerous moon was approaching. What secrets were hidden below? There are layers of restrictions below. I'm afraid we can't go in. Rong Xiao said. Chu Luyue nodded and summoned a long sword. It was the venerable divine weapon that she had refined with the Star Darkness sword embryo. Half of it was pure gold, the other half was dark green. It was especially bright against the white snow. With a thought, a flame surged out and melted the broken hilt of the Scarlet Heaven sword. The artifact spirit was refined, and under the guidance of the flame, it fused with the new sword. The Star Darkness sword embryo is forged, so it should be called the Star Darkness sword. The sword was shining brightly, and its sword chi was sharp. It was indeed a pity that the Scarlet Heaven sword was destroyed. Fortunately, she had personally refined this Star Spectre sword, which was perfect. Chu Luyue looked at Rong Xiao. Debao and the others are most likely trapped in the Illusion God Palace. We need to find that place quickly. Debao and the other two had been trapped in the Red Moon Desert for tens of thousands of years and had never left. But this time, the three of them had disappeared very suddenly. This made her feel very uneasy. Rong Xiao paused for a while and said, I know where the Illusion God Palace is. Tens of thousands of miles away. In a dark and cramped cell, Dugu Mabao sat alone. His soft armor-like purple robe was damaged in several places, and his body was covered in blood. It seemed that he had just gone through an intense battle. After a while, a hoarse and rough voice came. Have you thought it through? Dugu Mabao did not react as if he did not hear it. The voice chuckled. Tens of thousands of years of imprisonment and torture can't make you waver? Dugu Mabao was still unmoved. His pale face was stained with dried dark red blood, which made him look even more haggard. But his back was straight like a pine tree in the snow, with a noble arrogance that went deep into his bones. This attitude seemed to make the other party a little angry. Dugu Mabao, you're very stubborn. But have you thought about whether those two people are like you? If you don't relent, they'll have to suffer another day of torture. No matter what, they are friends who have accompanied you for 10,000 years. Can you really bear to leave them to die? Dugu Mabao's eyebrows moved. That pair of demonic purple eyes flashed with a cold light. You don't dare to kill them. His voice was calm and firm. Every word was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the empty and dark cage. The voice quieted down. After a while, it said, I won. It's a pity that Lan Shao has just refined his divine body, but compared to Diwu Zhangzi, he's still better. You know how painful it is to enter the illusionary god ocean without a divine body. After all, you've already experienced it tens of thousands of years ago, haven't you? That voice had a hint of smugness as if a prank had succeeded. It was cold and sinister, making one's heart tremble. Dugu Mabao's hands curled up in his sleeves, and his voice turned colder. You'll be punished for breaking the contract. Pfft, the other party sneered in disdain. Dugu Mabao, you're the one who broke the contract first, aren't you? You've already broken the taboo by reconstructing your divine body. Lan Shao is your man, so it's fine. But, when Diwu chose to betray you, he should have known that this day would come. It seems like these 10,000 years of punishment didn't teach him enough of a lesson. The corners of Dugu Mabao's lips suddenly curled into an extremely faint arc. He betrayed you and is still stubborn to this day. Doesn't that mean that you're a failure? Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, a long whip viciously lashed Dugu Mabao's back in the darkness. His skin instantly split open. He groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The mockery in his eyes became even more intense. The illusionary god palace's heaven gate is about to open. Everything will come to a conclusion. When that time comes, you'll know how foolish your actions today were. That voice lingered in the cage for a long time before finally dispersing. After confirming that the person had left, Dugu Mabao's body swayed, and he coughed violently. His mouth was filled with the thick smell of blood. After coughing for a while, he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He placed his hands on his knees and continued to sit cross-legged, waiting. The heaven gate is about to open. You, should be coming soon, right? A hint of worry flashed across his brows, but it quickly disappeared. You know? Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed with deep shock. Why didn't you mention it before? Rong Xiao smiled faintly. You didn't ask before. Anne. I'm not the only one who knows about this place. Seniors Yi Zhao and Mao Zhen, as well as some first-rate families with thousands of years of history, should have heard of it. Chu Luyue came back to his senses. This is a place that exists in distant legends. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, a mysterious place appeared in the world of divine ruins. It was called the Illusory God Palace. There, the energy of heaven and earth was abundant, resources were abundant, and experts were as common as clouds. More importantly, if one could enter and cultivate, it was very likely that one would break through the shackles of a god and become an even more powerful existence. But later on, for some reason, that place disappeared. Gradually, fewer and fewer people knew about it. There were also people who speculated that the Illusory God Palace was a divine relic. Every tens of thousands of years, it would descend to the world to cross that threshold and become a peerless expert. However, these are all rumors, and no one has personally witnessed it. I just didn't expect it to appear now. Chu Luyue muttered, break through to a god, in the world of divine ruins, for nearly 10,000 years, no one had succeeded in breaking through that shackle. Dugu Mabao and the other two seemed to be such existences, but for some reason, they had been suppressed in the Red Moon Desert for tens of thousands of years, and the world didn't know of their existence. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. Wait, when that strange palace appeared here, there were rumors in the world of divine ruins that it was related to breaking through to a god. Could it be the Illusory God Palace? Or is it closely related to the Illusory God Palace? Rong Xiao paused. At that time, the fog was everywhere. Did you see the words on the plaque? Chu Luyue shook her head. In fact, because of the white fog, she didn't even get a glimpse of the palace. She only remembered the black jade square and the magnificent and towering circular wall. Perhaps, we will know everything when we reach the Illusory God Palace. Chu Luyue clenched the purple scale in her hand, pursed her lips, and nodded. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2179. Chu Luyue and the other two stayed in the Red Moon Desert for about 10 days as they wanted to find some relevant traces. Unfortunately, he didn't get any useful information after all that effort. Instead, the weather was getting colder, and the snow was getting thicker. Even they were starting to feel a bit tormented. Chu Luyue tried a few more times to split open the frozen lake surface, but all of her attempts ended in failure without exception. The seal floated quietly on the surface of the ice. It flickered lightly, but it also carried with it an unparalleled pressure. In the end, they could only choose to leave for now. According to Rong Xiao, Chu Luyue planned to return to Peach Blossom Cove first, then discuss the Illusion God Palace with Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao. Nan Su Hui wanted to go with them, but after careful consideration, he returned to Lingxiao College first. Chu Luyue and Rong Xiao had just returned to the Yu residence when Sun Yi greeted them. Master, Your Highness. Chu Luyue asked as they walked in, how are Tang Ku and Sir Su? When we came back, there wasn't much activity at Qingshui Cliff. Master, the two seniors just finished their competition and are resting in their residences. Chu Luiyue was a bit surprised. Just now? They just finished? Based on their refining speed, it shouldn't have taken that long, right? Cini nodded and explained, yes. The two of them refined a lot of divine artifacts this time, so they finished very late. Chu Luiyue paused. How many? She remembered that Tang Ku and Su Li had said that they would give all the divine artifacts they refined to her. Cini said. The two of them refined 42 divine artifacts each, for a total of 84. Chu Luiyue's eyes widened. How many did you say? Cin Yi's expression was as calm as ever. A total of 84 divine artifacts, and all of them are venerable divine artifacts. The two of you have already handed them over to this subordinate, and I'm just waiting for you to come back. As he spoke, he took out 2 yin and yang rings. These 2 yin and yang rings looked a bit different, and each had a small seal mark on it. The one on the left is Senior Tang Ku's, and the one on the right is Sir Su's. Cin Yi respectfully presented them with both hands. The two of them said that you must personally examine them and choose one that you like. Chu Luiyue. I remember that they used the same materials. Then these, as you think, these are the same. This subordinate has observed the entire process, and the two of them are indeed equally matched. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She put away the 2 cosmos rings and checked them separately. Sure enough, both the quantity and the type were exactly the same. How were they to compete? Chu Luiyue looked at the 2 small cosmic rings in a daze. 84. Back then, how many of yang, how many lives, heaven? Now that the two of them were working together, they were able to refine so many in one go. It was truly terrifying. Recently, many families and clans in the world of divine ruins heard the news and sent letters to buy these divine artifacts. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I sent them to your study and waited for you to come back and personally review them. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. They're quite fast. The news of Tang Ku and Cin Yi staying in Peach Blossom Dock had long spread, and the news of the two of them starting to refine artifacts together had spread like wildfire from the beginning. Who wouldn't be jealous of nearly 100 venerable divine artifacts? Who wouldn't be envious? All of a sudden, all the families and clans heard the news, hoping to trade for some from Peach Blossom Dock. King divine artifacts were already precious enough, let alone venerable divine artifacts. There were very few families like Family E and the Nan family. There's no need to read them. Reject all the letters. Chu Luiyue continued to walk in. On one hand, it was the goodwill of the two seniors, so it wasn't convenient to give it away. On the other hand, it was because of the illusory god palace. Thinking of this, her expression froze. By the way, after we left, did anything unusual happen in the world of divine ruins? Cin Yi nodded. Yes. The illusion god palace's heaven gate is about to open, and everyone in the world of divine ruins has already started to prepare. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Everyone already knows? Cin Yi recounted the scene that day to her. At this point, all the cultivators in the world of divine ruins have already heard the news. Moreover, there's a rumor that as long as one can enter the illusion god palace, they can break through to the supreme god level. So, everyone is ready to make a move. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly sank. But did you find out who released the news? Cin Yi shook his head. Someone is secretly adding fuel to the fire, purposely stirring up this pool of water. It's already impossible to trace the source of the news. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. If that was the case, the world of divine ruins would be in chaos. But they don't know where the illusion god palace is. Even if they know, what can they do? Cin Yi frowned, and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. An ominous feeling rose in Chu Liuyue's heart. Sun Yi said. The bridge to the Illusion God Palace has been built. Chu Liyue was shocked. What did you say? Sun Yi said. When night comes, you'll know what I mean. The waiting time was always unbearable. Chu Liyue stood in the courtyard, staring at the sky. It was already evening, and there was still some time before the sky turned dark. She kept thinking about everything that had happened before, and vaguely felt like there was an invisible net covering her. It was like fate, and she couldn't break free. Night fell bit by bit. When the first star shone in the black velvet-like night sky, the bridge finally appeared. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2180. In the thick night sky, a silver-arched bridge stretched across the sky. One end of the bridge connected to the distant horizon, while the other end extended into the sky, into the clouds, and connected to an unknown place. Grand, brilliant, gorgeous, and noble. Specks of light gathered together, forming a silver bridge that seemed to have substance. But upon closer inspection, those specks of light did not seem to be simple specks of light, but seemed to be engraved with some kind of pattern. But because it was too far away, it was impossible to see clearly for the time being. That bridge has appeared since the night that those words flickered in the sky of the divine ruins world. Chu Liyue recalled Sun Yi's words, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the beginning, it was just a ball of gathered light, born at the point where heaven and earth met. It was difficult to reach, and it did not sleep at all. But gradually, those rays of light spread out towards the sky, little by little forming the shape of a bridge. Until now, that bridge still appears every night and continues to extend. No one knows what it is, but everyone is certain that the end of the bridge must be the legendary illusory God Palace. The day the bridge is completely grafted is the day the heaven gate opens. Chu Liyue stared at the bridge in the sky, and after a long time, he exhaled softly. Sun Yi's guess should be the guess of all the cultivators in the divine ruins world. Such a strange and beautiful scene was unfamiliar and novel to them. Humans were always curious about the unknown with fear. Even if they knew it was dangerous, they would still want to try it for themselves. This time was no exception. Moreover, behind that bridge was very likely to be a huge opportunity. Who wouldn't be tempted? Back then, when the new gate realm opened, it attracted so many people to go there, not to mention the current situation. Still looking at this? Wuxia walked out of the room and put a coat on Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue gathered his clothes, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you think that the place connected to is really the legendary illusory God Palace? If that was the case, then Dabao and the rest were there as well?" Wuxia held her hand. Perhaps it was because of the cold night wind, but her fingertips were also cold. Wuxia wrapped her hand in his palm and sensed that her body was gradually warming up before he said, "Don't worry. No one can say for sure. We'll only know when we get there." "That's true." Chu Liyue turned to look at him. That pair of serene and deep phoenix eyes were calm and tranquil, reflecting two tiny figures of her. He whispered, "What are you thinking about?" His voice was low and gentle as usual. Chu Liyue hesitated for a moment. "Wuxia, I feel like there's a hand pushing me over." Although she didn't know who was behind this, there was indeed an invisible hand that was slowly pushing her in this direction. The illusory God Palace definitely had some sort of connection with her. But she didn't know why, but she didn't have any memories related to it. Wuxia lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Don't be afraid. No matter where you go, I'll be with you. No matter the distance, life or death." Chu Liyue's uneasy heart instantly calmed down. She raised her head slightly and kissed him. Before he could react, she rested her head on his shoulder and rubbed it gently. "I'm not afraid. I have you." "What? Ah, you invited Grandpa Maozhen over?" In another courtyard, Dumpling and Zichen were sitting face to face around a stone table. There were many fresh and juicy berries on the table. These were all specially selected by Sanson. Each and every one of them was a rare heavenly treasure. They were extremely effective in replenishing energy and healing injuries. They were originally for Zichen, but now they were all Dumpling's. At this moment, Dumpling was gnawing on a red fruit that was bigger than her fist. Hearing Zichen's words, she suddenly stopped and raised her head in shock and confusion. Yes. They should be here tomorrow. Zichen said and glanced at her. Her little mouth was stained with red juice and a few white sesame seeds. A pair of black grape-like eyes blinked, full of confusion. Raise your face. Zichen said. What? Dumpling asked curiously, but she still raised her face obediently. Zichen reached over and wiped the white sesame seeds off the corner of her mouth. No one is fighting with you. Just eat slowly. Zichen withdrew his hand and said lightly. Dumpling realized that she was eating too happily and didn't know when she had eaten so much. She wiped her mouth and her hand was suddenly stained red. It was rare for her to feel a little embarrassed. I don't know why, but recently I've been hungry. She looked at the fruit in her hand hesitantly and then looked at the half-empty plate on the table. It was all hers. It seemed that she had eaten a little too much. Zichen withdrew his gaze and his handsome face was expressionless. Don't waste it. Oh. Dumpling heard this and felt a lot more at ease. She muttered as she ate. Grandpa Patriarch also sent me a message saying that they will be here in 2 days. Strange, didn't they just go back not long ago? Why are they coming again? Although she was young, she had followed Chu Luyue to these two ancient mythological beast clans several times. Under normal circumstances, Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao would never appear at the same time. For so long, it had only happened twice. The first time was because of Rong Xiu and Chu Liuyue's wedding. The second time was because of her and Zichen's accident. But this time, is it because of that bridge? Dumpling raised her head and looked at the bridge in the sky. Zichen narrowed his eyes. Probably. I don't know how that bridge appeared. Dumpling pouted and stuffed the last bit of fruit into her mouth. I feel a little uncomfortable when I see it. Zichen frowned and looked at her. Uncomfortable? What's the matter? Dumpling shook her head. Her small mouth was full and her words were a little unclear. She raised her small hand and pointed at the bridge. I don't know. Anyway, it's just, Zichen reached out and pulled her hand over. He put 2 fingers together and placed them on her wrist. He separated a part of his power and probed into her body. After a round of examination, he did not find anything unusual. Because she had opened her 6th meridian, Dumpling's body was much better than before. Her power was also more abundant than before. If she were to say that she was uncomfortable, there was no reason for it. Dumpling looked at his serious face and immediately smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm very healthy. Maybe I ate too much? Zichen did not comment on her statement, but he did not continue to ask. Alright, since you're done eating, I'll go first. Dumpling clapped her hands and jumped down from the stool. Zichen raised his eyebrows slightly. Go? Where to? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2181. Dumpling said in a crisp voice, Of course I'm going back to sleep. Zichen paused. Isn't there a place for you to sleep here? During this period, Dumpling had been sleeping in the same room as him. Dumpling blinked. But your injury has already healed. Zichen's injury had indeed healed very quickly. He had even removed all the gauze during the day. She walked over and held Zichen's hand, revealing his smooth wrist. She nodded. Look. It's all healed. Other than the skin color around the wound that looked a little different from the other parts, it had basically completely recovered. Zichen felt that his wrist was a little itchy. He quietly withdrew his hand and thought for a moment, as if he was deliberating. I thought it would be a while before Master came back, so, Dumpling was very clingy. Most of the time, she was clingy to Chu Luyue, but this time, she and Rong Xiu did not bring the two of them with them when they left. He thought that Dumpling would not be willing to sleep on her own after her injury healed today, so he specially tidied up the room next door. But unexpectedly, you can go back if you want. Although she might be a little tired from this trip, she should be fine with the holy sun around. As Zichen spoke, he stood up and was about to go back to the room. Dumpling, however, instantly felt a little conflicted. Ah. That's right. Rong Xiu was also there. She jogged a few steps and caught up with Zichen. She looked up and asked, she raised her head and asked, Zichen, do you think it's inappropriate for me to go back now? It was not that she had a high level of self-awareness, but that she had learned her lesson too many times. She did not want to be thrown out by someone again. Zichen stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky with a calm expression. It's fine. Although it's a little late, she has always doted on you the most. It's fine. Hearing what he said, Dumpling felt even more unsuitable. Ah, then I can't go back even more. I'd better sleep here. After saying that, she ran in with her small feet. Zichen. Can I sleep on the bed tonight? Dumpling turned around and stuck out her round head. Zichen nodded slightly. Yes. The next day, Maozhen arrived at the Peach Blossom Cove. Without stopping to rest, he directly entered the Yu residence. When he passed through the barrier, Chu Luyue already knew that he was coming and specially came out to welcome him. Senior Maozhen. Chu Luyue stepped forward. Sorry to trouble you to come again. Maozhen waved his hand. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and there was a hint of seriousness between his brows. Let's talk inside. In the hall, Chu Luyue and Maozhen sat facing each other. Where's Rong Xiu? After taking a seat, Maozhen looked around and did not see Rong Xiu. He could not help but feel a little strange. Chu Luyue said, Umo just rushed back from the Yuntian Tower. He said that he had something to report, so I came over first. Maozhen nodded and said, it's fine. He's wholeheartedly loyal to you. It's the same for him to talk to you. Chu Luyue nodded with an apologetic look on his face. Actually, we should be the ones paying a visit this time, that's fine. In fact, even if I didn't hear from you this time, I was planning to come over. Maozhen's expression was rarely serious. This made Chu Luyue tense up as well. I heard that Nan Suhui was here. Did you guys go to Lingshao College? Chu Luyue shook his head and briefly explained the matter. He included the disappearance of Debao and the others. It was just a few words, but it made Maozhen's expression even more serious. So, those people are no longer in the Red Moon Desert, but in the Illusory God Palace? He had already guessed it before, but Chu Luyue didn't say anything, so he didn't ask too much. Now it seemed that those people's identities were indeed extraordinary. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Whether it's true or not, we have to go to the Illusory God Palace to take a look, Chu Luyue said. Maozhen sighed. The heaven gate of the Illusory God Palace is about to open. The entire Divine Ruins world is restless. However, this trip is too dangerous, so I'm here to tell you. Don't be impatient. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Senior Maozhen. You seem to know something about the Illusory God Palace? Maozhen smiled bitterly. Not really, but we have some connections. The ancestor of the great Phoenix dragon race died in the Illusory God Palace. Chu Luyue didn't expect him to say such words. He was shocked. This doesn't seem to be the case, you said it yourself. Those are all rumors. Mao Zhen patted the armrest of the chair and sighed. Actually, only the Great Phoenix Dragon Race's clan leader knows about this. This matter is of great importance and is extremely confidential. If the heaven gate of the illusory god palace wasn't about to open, I wouldn't have revealed this matter. Chu Luiyue thought of the coiling dragon pillar in the Great Void Temple. Even though there was only a trace of the Great Phoenix Dragon ancestors' aura left in it, it was still powerful and awe-inspiring. From this, one could see how powerful that person was when he was at his peak. It was rumored that he died naturally. Who knew that it was related to the illusory god palace? In fact, it's not just the Great Phoenix Dragon race. Mao Zhen looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated expression. The one from the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan is the same. Even. He suddenly paused as if he thought of something and frowned. The hall was silent. Chu Luiyue was a little stunned. Even? Even what? From Mao Zhen's words, could it be that the ancestor of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan had an even more? Why isn't Yi Zhao here? Mao Zhen suddenly asked. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2182. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. Senior Yi Zhao should be here soon, right? Have you sent him the news? Mao Zhen asked. Chu Luiyue nodded in confusion. Of course. I sent the news to both of you at the same time. Peach Blossom Cove was quite far from Phoenix God Mountain and Divine Dragon Island. However, this wasn't a problem for Yi Zhao and Mao Zhen. With their speed, they would arrive in less than a day. However, Mao Zhen was faster than expected. As for Yi Zhao, it didn't seem to matter if he was a little late. Why did Mao Zhen look a little worried? Senior Yi Zhao followed me back to Peach Blossom Cove and just left not long ago. I think he will be a little late this time, right? Mao Zhen gradually frowned. No, he knows the importance of this matter. Logically speaking, he should be here before me. Why isn't he here yet? He looked outside, but there was no movement at all. Chu Luiyue gradually felt a little uneasy. Mao Zhen was a forthright person. If he hadn't really encountered something troublesome, he definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. And his worry for Yi Zhao didn't seem to be without reason. Wait a little longer. Perhaps he will be here soon. Chu Luiyue said. Senior Mao Zhen, you said that we shouldn't rush to the illusory god palace. Is it because something happened to the Great Phoenix Dragon clan's ancestor there? Mao Zhen nodded and then shook his head. Sort of, but not completely. There are some things that I can't explain to you clearly now. Since Yi Zhao is here, you will know after listening. At this moment, Sun Yi suddenly came in from outside in a hurry. Chu Luiyue saw that his expression was a little abnormal, and his heart skipped a beat. Master, something happened to the meteor sect. Sun Yi walked in and handed over a black feather with both hands. Chu Luiyue immediately stood up and walked over. He took the black feather in his hand. It was still stained with blood. Chu Luiyue was very familiar with this aura. This is the feather of the legendary three-eyed eagle that Shi Rui contracted. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Sun Yi explained, just now, someone brought this feather over, but before I could ask about it, that person had already breathed his last. This subordinate recognizes him. He is one of the elders who accompanied Shi Rui to the Red Moon Desert. Chu Luiyue immediately asked, where is he? Sun Yi shook his head. He was poisoned. Half an hour after his death, he turned into a pool of blood. What a vicious method. Did you find out what kind of poison it was? Little Hachi has already gone there, but whether or not we can find out is still unknown. Did that person leave any message? Not at all. When he came, he was already mute. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. What kind of person would do such a vicious thing to the Flying Star sect? Moreover, this method was truly powerful. No matter what, the Flying Star sect was still a first-rate family in the Divine Ruins world. According to Chu Liuyue's understanding, they did not have any deep grudges with anyone. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to attract such a disaster. Those who had gone to the Red Moon Desert with Shi Rui, were basically all venerable god experts. What kind of power could force them into such a miserable state? Chu Liyue kept the feather. Let's go to little Hachi. She had just taken half a step when she turned back to look at Mao Zhen with some hesitation. Mao Zhen immediately said, I'll go with you. Chu Liyue's group quickly arrived at the city gate. At this moment, little Hachi was standing there with her arms crossed. She was carefully staring at a pool of dark red blood on the ground. Little Hachi. Chu Liyue quickly went up to her. When little Hachi heard the voice, she raised her head and looked over. However, at this moment, her delicate and beautiful face was dyed with a trace of worry. Chu Liyue walked closer and looked at the ground. The pool of blood had already dried up. All that was left was a patch of dark red blood and a faint stench. But did you notice something? Little Hachi shook her head in defeat. No. She was good at these things and had seen all kinds of strange poisons. However, she really could not recognize it this time. Chu Liyue bent down to take a look. This smell was somewhat familiar. She seemed to have smelled it somewhere before. However, she could not recall where she had smelled it before. Chu Liyue frowned slightly. You residents. Dumpling was still sleeping on the bed. Zi Chen had already woken up early in the morning. When he saw Dumpling kicking the blanket away restlessly, he got up and walked over to her. Just as he covered her with the blanket, she turned over and kicked it away. Her foot almost landed on Zi Chen's face. His face darkened. He grabbed her little white foot and stuffed it under the blanket. However, Dumpling began to struggle uneasily again. Zi Chen was about to speak when he suddenly saw Dumpling frowning. There seemed to be tears at the corners of her eyes. There was panic in her eyes. Was she having a nightmare? He paused and gently patted Dumpling's face. Dumpling, wake up. Dumpling? Dumpling seemed to have fallen into a deep nightmare. Instinctively, she hugged his hand tightly. Tears kept rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Crystal clear teardrops fell on the pillow, quickly wetting the pillow. Zi Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a bit worried. He helped her wipe away her tears. Dumpling suddenly woke up. Grandpa clan leader. She sat up abruptly and looked at Zi Chen. Her eyes were full of panic. Zi Chen. Bad news. Grandpa Patriarch is in trouble. Zi Chen hugged her and patted her back. It's nothing. You just had a nightmare. Dumpling shook her head. No. It's real. It's real. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2183. Where's Ayu? I'm going to find Ayu. Dumpling was crying hard. Zi Chen's expression gradually became serious as he looked at her. He carried Dumpling in his arms and comforted her as he walked outside. Dumpling, don't cry. I'll take you to her. Dumpling hugged his neck and leaned over his shoulder. She nodded while sobbing. Her little body was still sobbing. Zi Chen's brows were tightly furrowed as he quickly walked outside. At first, he also thought that Dumpling was having a nightmare, but looking at her behavior, it really didn't seem like it. Could it be that something really happened? Zi Chen carried Dumpling and soon arrived at the city gate. Chu Liyue seemed to sense something and turned around, just in time to see the two of them. What's wrong with you, Dumpling, what's wrong? Seeing Dumpling's red eyes, Chu Liyue's heart immediately ached. Ah, you. Dumpling opened her arms, and Chu Liyue took her into his arms and comforted her. What's wrong? What happened? Chu Luyue kissed Dumpling gently on the face. Dumpling, don't be afraid. Ah, you is here. She looked at Zichen as she asked. Zichen shook his head. In fact, he wasn't sure what exactly happened. Dumpling's eyes were watery. Ah, something happened to Grandpa clan leader. Chu Luyue was shocked. Something happened? What do you mean? Dumpling said. I was sleeping just now when I suddenly felt uncomfortable. After I woke up, I found that the aura that Grandpa clan leader left in my body was gone. And I can't sense the barrier of Phoenix God Mountain. As Dumpling spoke, sparkling and hot tears kept falling. Boo-hoo, she lay in Chu Luyue's arms and sobbed. Chu Luyue's heart sank. Ever since Dumpling went missing last time, Yizhao was afraid that something would happen to her again, so he paid extra attention to this aspect. That aura would not dissipate for no reason. In addition, the most important thing was that Tuanzi couldn't sense the enchantment of the divine Phoenix Mountain. As the young mistress of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan, Dumpling, who possessed the purest bloodline, had absolute control over that barrier. Dumpling, be good. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. Why don't you try again and see if you really can't contact him? Chu Luyue comforted. Dumpling held back her tears and shook her head. Seeing her like this, Chu Luyue knew that the situation must be bad. I knew something was wrong when Yizhao didn't show up after so long. Mao Zhen's expression was grave. I'm afraid something has happened to Phoenix God Mountain. Chu Luyue pursed his lips tightly. Phoenix God Mountain was the territory of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Hundreds of Crimson Gold Sky Phoenixes lived there. What exactly happened that made it so difficult for them to resist? We must go to Phoenix God Mountain as soon as possible. Chu Luyue said. Master, about the meteor sect, Little Hachi said hesitantly. Problems had arisen in both places, but they could only choose one place to go now. Chu Luyue knitted his brows. At this moment, Rong Xiu's voice was heard. I will personally lead some people to the meteor sect. Chu Luyue turned around and saw Rong Xiu walking toward them. You will personally go? Rong Xiu nodded. The meteor sect is a first-rate aristocratic family. The problem that forced them to this step is definitely not simple. I have already passed down the order. Yuntian Tower will also send some people to go with you. Chu Luyue felt a little relieved. She handed over the black feather. This is the only clue left behind by the meteor sect's people. Rong Xiu received the black feather. He then looked at Mao Zhen and cupped his hands in greeting. His expression was serious. Rong Xiu has a presumptuous request. I hope that Senior Mao Zhen will agree to it. Mao Zhen seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. She said, You want me to go with you to the Phoenix God Mountain? Rong Xiu nodded. I know that this matter is a little difficult for you. But don't worry. I will go even if you don't ask. Mao Zhen heaved a long sigh. Her eyebrows also became serious. The relationship between the two ancient mythological beast clans was subtle. However, the other party couldn't stay out of trouble at a critical moment. Rong Xiu felt a little relieved. He walked over and embraced Chu Luyue. Then, he kissed her forehead. Be careful. Chu Luyue raised her eyes and looked at him. She nodded lightly. You too. Chu Luyue and the group quickly ran toward the Phoenix God Mountain. After a period of running, they finally arrived at the sea. Standing on the shore and looking at the sea in the distance, they could vaguely see the undulating mountain peaks. But for some reason, Chu Luyue felt that something seemed to have changed when she came here previously. The defense here has all disappeared. Just as she was lost in thought, Mao Zhen's words instantly woke her up. That's right. Starting from this sea, all the areas that extended toward the Phoenix God Mountain were actually under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. In the past, when they came here, they would feel a strong divine pressure even if they were just standing here. But now, there was nothing. Mao Zhen said in a low voice, "I didn't restrain my aura." Logically, the Phoenix God Mountain should have sensed it. Someone would immediately come out and stop me. But now, a deathly silence ensued. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of the wind blowing across the sea. The sound of waves hitting the reefs echoed continuously. Chu Luiyue felt increasingly uneasy. "Dumpling, let's go and take a look." Dumpling nodded with reddened eyes. Then, she waved her hand. Above the sea, a reddish-gold ice bridge quickly formed. Passing through the ice bridge, they quickly arrived in front of the Phoenix God Mountain's barrier. Until now, as the clan leader of the Great Phoenix Dragon Clan, Mao Zhen still did not feel any obstruction. This was enough to explain the problem. Ever since these two divine beast clans were born in ancient times, such a situation had never happened. Dumpling could not care less. She rushed forward and was about to open the barrier. However, that layer of translucent barrier seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. Dumpling suddenly widened her eyes. How can this be? Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Because of the purest bloodline, it was always easy for Tuanzi to control the boundary. She could open and close it whenever she wanted. This was the first time such a situation had happened. She walked forward and covered the barrier with her hand. It was cold to the touch. Soon, a layer of silver frost began to rapidly condense under her palm. Chu Luiyue's heart jumped and she immediately retracted her hand. However, there was already a palm-sized frost mark on the barrier. Looking at the layer of frost, Chu Luiyue's temples suddenly twitched. This was, bang! Before she could figure it out, Tuanzi had already kicked at the boundary. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2184. Bang! A muffled sound could be heard. However, there were no cracks on the barrier other than the rapidly condensing frost. This barrier was extremely sturdy. Even Dumpling's full-powered attack could not break it. Chu Luiyue looked at Mao Zhen. "Senior Mao Zhen, do you have any ideas?" Mao Zhen shook his head. "This barrier is condensed with the bloodline power of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Once I make a move, the situation will only become more troublesome." After all, he was the clan leader of the Great Phoenix Dragon Clan. Chu Luiyue slowly clenched her fists. "In that case, it will be extremely difficult to break this barrier." At this moment, a reddish-gold stream of light suddenly flew out from between Dumpling's brows. It was a long feather. Ancestor's golden feather? Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. "Dumpling, why did you summon it?" Under normal circumstances, this ancestor's golden feather would only appear when Dumpling opened her meridians. Chu Luiyue could not be blamed for being too nervous. It was because the previous incident had left a deep impression on her. Every time she thought of Dumpling's hands bound by iron chains and covered in blood, her heart trembled faintly. Dumpling shook her head blankly. "It's not me." The ancestor's golden feather slowly floated forward and landed lightly on the barrier. In an instant, a shocking and vast pressure spread out from within. The frozen enchantment instantly melted. An entrance quickly appeared in front of them. It was the ancestor's golden feather that flew out and opened this barrier. Then, the ancestor's golden feather flew into the barrier, and Dumpling immediately followed. Chu Luiyue and the others followed closely behind and entered the Phoenix God Mountain. The moment they entered, a thick smell of blood drifted out from the air. Chu Luiyue knew that something was wrong and immediately looked up. She was instantly stunned by what she saw. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak had collapsed, the forest had collapsed, and there were messy bloodstains everywhere. It was clear that they had just gone through an extremely bitter battle. Chu Liuyue's heart tightened as he looked at Dumpling. Dumpling bit her lips tightly and headed straight for the Phoenix Shrine. A bottomless pit appeared in the plaza in front of the Phoenix Shrine. Rocks tumbled down and dust scattered in all directions. The thick smell of blood drifted out from this place. The dark red, dried bloodstains were evidence of everything that had happened here. Grandpa Chief! Dumpling suddenly choked with sobs and shouted, throwing herself into a pile of rocks. She lifted the rocks and pulled out a scarlet gold feather that was stained with blood from the bottom of the pile. Her face and hands were stained with dust and blood, but she couldn't care less about herself. She just held the feather in her hands and cried. Chu Liyue quickly rushed over. Dumpling. She held Dumpling in her arms and looked at the feather again. The aura on it indeed belonged to Yi Zhao. Chu Liyue's lips were tightly pursed. Yi Zhao was the chief of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and almost no one in the entire Divine Ruins could be his match. Who was it that hurt him? And who destroyed this place to this extent? She took a few steps forward and came to the edge of the deep pit. She looked down. A familiar gloomy aura surged up from below. Chu Liyue's heart suddenly felt like it was being tightly clenched by something. This aura, it was exactly the same as the hand at the bottom of Lingxiao College's Mountain of Wine and the eye in the Red Moon Desert. An extremely preposterous guess appeared in Chu Liyue's mind. Perhaps, a part of that person's incomplete divine body was also hidden here. She held her breath. Who would have thought that such a shocking secret was actually hidden under the plaza in front of the Phoenix Shrine? She suddenly turned around and looked at the Phoenix Shrine. Fortunately, the Phoenix Shrine was enveloped by a layer of barrier, and it did not seem to have suffered any damage. Grand, majestic, and solemn. As always. Chu Liyue carried Dumpling and turned to leave. Mao Zhen hurriedly asked, where are you going? Chu Liyue said firmly. Fenghuang Valley. Fenghuang Valley was not far from the Phoenix Shrine, and they quickly arrived. A gigantic barrier enveloped the entire area. And within it, one could vaguely see balls of light. Chu Liyue was very familiar with this. When the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clansmen rested here, they would all enter their own balls of light. When she and Dumpling first came here, it was also like this. But at that time, there were not so many balls of light. But now, as far as the eye could see, there were at least 100. Dumpling looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. At this time, her tears were almost all gone. Are the remaining members of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan all here? Chu Liyue muttered softly. Dumpling clenched the two feathers in her hands. One was the ancestor's golden feather, and the other was Yi Zhao's feather. Hearing Chu Liyue's words, Dumpling turned to look at her. They seem to have fallen asleep. Fallen asleep? Yes. Yes, they have fallen asleep. Dumpling used the back of her hand to rub the corners of her eyes. Her voice was still choked with sobs, but it was obvious that she was holding it in. Grandpa clan leader made them fall asleep. Chu Liyue's brows twitched slightly as she looked at the huge barrier that enveloped the entire Fenghuang Valley. If that's the case, then this barrier was also left behind by Senior Yi Zhao? Tuanzi nodded hard and said, there were also a few grandpa elders who seemed to have helped. There were also a few other people's auras mixed in. Chu Liyue was even more certain of her conjecture. It seemed that something had happened to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Yi Zhao had used all his strength to protect the Divine Phoenix Hall and Fenghuang Valley, but he had disappeared with the thing buried under the plaza. Chu Liyue was certain that Yi Zhao was still alive. Because if Yi Zhao died, Dumpling would automatically inherit the position of clan leader. The Divine Phoenix Hall would definitely sense it. But now, such a situation had not occurred. However, it would be extremely difficult to find Yi Zhao now. The barrier outside the divine Phoenix Mountain should have been personally created by Senior Yi Zhao. This was the only way to protect the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Dumpling, can you detect where Senior Yi Zhao went? Chu Luiyue asked. Dumpling shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and looked up hesitantly. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. A silver bridge gradually appeared at the point where the sky met the earth. It extended upwards bit by bit, and was clearly longer than yesterday. Dumpling stared at the bridge. That feeling was getting stronger. Grandpa clan leader, is there? Chu Luiyue frowned. Could it be that Yi Zhao was also in the illusory god palace? On the other side, Rong Xiao was leading Umo and the rest towards the meteor sect. Before they arrived, they saw a ball of fire from afar. The fire that covered the sky seemed to have swallowed everything. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2185. The meteor sect was a first-rate aristocratic family in the Divine Ruins world. It had been passed down for thousands of years. It had a deep foundation and a huge influence. However, at this moment, the crazily burning sea of fire easily swallowed everything. Rong Xiao's sword-like eyebrows knitted together. At this moment, a group of black-armored soldiers flew over from the direction of the sea of fire. The totem of the Yuntian Tower was engraved on their collars. These people were Rong Xiao's Black Knights. Your Highness. Hundreds of soldiers saluted in unison. Rong Xiao asked, where are they? Your Highness, I rushed over immediately after receiving your order. However, I was still a step too late. When I arrived here, the fire had already started. Most of the people of the meteor sect had already died. Only 157 people survived. Now, I have arranged for them to stay 100 miles to the southwest. How are the head of the Shi clan and Shi Ruier? The head of the Shi clan had already perished in order to protect his clansmen. The second miss of the Shi clan is fine now. She is just grieving and unwilling to speak. It would be hard for anyone to accept such a thing. Rong Xiao nodded. I will go and take a look. You don't have to follow me. The soldiers felt strange. However, they had always respected Rong Xiao's orders. Therefore, they didn't ask or dissuade him. They respectfully complied and waited in place. Although it was dangerous, His Highness's strength was unfathomable. Therefore, they didn't need to worry. Rong Xiao moved and arrived in the sky above the blazing fire. The houses had already been engulfed by the sea of fire. Only their vague outlines were left. The scorching heat caused the temperature of the surrounding air to rise by a lot. Even a river not far away was on the verge of drying up. Every inch of space was suffering from the terrifying heat. It was almost distorted. Rong Xiao looked down. A huge mirror slowly emerged from the endless flames. The flames danced crazily at the edges. However, they seemed to be afraid of the mirror. They didn't dare to approach it. Soon, a figure was reflected in the mirror. It was a face identical to Rong Xiao's. That person was dressed in a black robe and his gaze was deep and profound. Disdainful, cold, and noble. He looked at Rong Xiao and spoke slowly. You should go back. Patriarch, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? An old voice came from behind. Shi Rui shook his head and didn't say anything. He was still looking into the distance. This place was over 100 kilometers away, but they could still see the flames that soared into the sky. One could only imagine how bad the situation there had become. And they had just escaped from that hellish place. It used to be her home. Her father had already passed away, and she had accepted the order to officially inherit the position of the head of the family. Ever since she was young, she had always been groomed as the next patriarch. However, she had never imagined that she would stand in this position under such circumstances. Her eyes were red, but not a single tear fell from them. That fire had completely evaporated her tears. She didn't even have the strength to cry now. She was just standing there with the last of her willpower. The old man standing behind her felt sorry for her. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but persuade her. "Patriarch, you have already done your best. If you hadn't sent that message for help, the people of the Yuntian Tower wouldn't have come. I'm afraid that now." Shi Rui was in a daze. Actually, she didn't have much hope at that time. After all, everything had happened too suddenly. The only thing she could think of at that time was to ask for help from the Peach Blossom Cove. Fortunately, the Yuntian Tower had come in time. Otherwise, the entire meteor sect would have been destroyed. At this moment, a tall figure was rapidly approaching from afar. It was Rong Xiu. Several black-armored soldiers of the Yuntian Tower followed behind him. The people behind Shi Rui stood up one after another. "Saint." Shi Rui stepped forward and bowed solemnly. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Thank you for saving us, Saint." Rong Xiu said, "Now that the meteor sect has been destroyed, you can't go back. They will escort you all the way back to the Peach Blossom Cove. You will stay there for the time being. You are Yu's friend. If she wants to save you, I will help you." Shi Rui took a deep breath. "The meteor sect will never be able to repay the kindness of the two of you." Rong Xiu nodded. He turned around and was about to leave. Shi Rui was startled. She hastily asked, "Saint, aren't you going back to the Peach Blossom Cove with us?" Rong Xiu didn't stop walking. "I have an important matter to take care of at the Yuntian Tower. I won't go back for the time being." Shi Rui was startled for a moment. Then, she nodded. Rong Xiu was probably worried about the Yuntian Tower since such a thing had happened to the meteor sect. Therefore, it was normal for him to go back. Before she could say anything, Rong Xiu had already left with Umo looking at the figure that quickly disappeared into the distance. Shi Rui felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At this moment, the bridge on the horizon had quietly appeared. Shi Rui slowly clenched her fists. Phoenix God Mountain. After confirming that most of her clansmen had only fallen into a deep sleep, Dumpling's heart finally calmed down a little. It was just that finding Yi Zhao next was a huge problem. I wonder how Elder EU and the others are doing now. Chu Luyue looked at Dumpling as she thought of this. "Dumpling, are they still at the Phoenix God Mountain?" "Yes." Dumpling nodded. She pointed at the Phoenix God Palace. Elder EU and the others seemed to be inside. But what? Tuanzi bit her hand and said uncertainly, "I'm sorry. There seems to be one person missing." Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. "Who's missing?" "Great Elder Yi Gong." Chu Luyue frowned. Yi Gong was already at odds with Dumpling. After Dumpling became the young master, Yi Gong suffered a huge blow and rarely came out. Why did he suddenly disappear now? In the dark and cramped cage, Lan Shao was leaning against the wall with his legs crossed. His expression was still casual. "I say, you're really boring like this. We've already discussed it and even signed a contract. How can you tear it up unilaterally like this? You even locked yours truly and the others up. You don't really think that we'll listen to you just because you're locked up, do you?" He sneered and turned over. "It's been so long, and you still haven't given up? How childish. Let me give you a piece of advice. I'm very hot-tempered. You can't control me. You'd better hurry up and let me out before I get angry." That low and hoarse voice finally sounded. "You guys have already broken the contract by tempering your divine body without permission. If you really want to talk about punishment, you guys should be the first." Lan Shao chuckled, sat up, and smiled evilly. Not only did I temper my divine body, but that Tianlei was also sent by you, Why? Are you envious? Let me remind you, what she sent over, is a golden heavenly lightning. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2186. Smack. A black whip suddenly flew up and ruthlessly lashed Lan Zhao's face. Dark red blood stains quickly appeared on his handsome and exquisite face. It was a ghastly sight. Lan Zhao reached out and wiped his face with his thumb. When he saw the bloodstain, he cursed under his breath. Damn you! Do you know how precious my face is? He had waited for a full 10,000 years for this face to appear. If you continue to resist and struggle in vain, let alone your face, even your divine body will cease to exist. Lan Zhao sneered. Sure. Then why don't you kill me now? On account of our past friendship, if you give me a quick death, I might be grateful to you in the underworld. When you go to the underworld in the future, I might even make things easier for you. Forget it. It's better if you don't dirty my underworld. Disgusting. As he spoke, Lan Zhao lay down again and placed his hands behind his head. He looked like he was waiting for death. However, the voice disappeared and no longer paid any attention to him. After a long while, Lan Zhao scoffed. Of course, he didn't dare to kill him. He didn't dare to kill any of them. However, this kind of life was really not meant for humans. Force flickered in his palm and quickly brushed across his face. That wound healed quickly. He had a divine body, so it was naturally more convenient to deal with it. I'll remember this wound. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes again. Phoenix God Mountain. Chu Luiyue was thinking about Yi Zhao when he suddenly heard Zi Chen's low and cold voice. Master, look over there. Chu Luiyue heard him and looked in the direction he was pointing. The night was dark. The bridge at the edge of the sky was still extending upwards. In the clouds where the bridge disappeared, there seemed to be a few silver flowing lights flashing. Then, more and more flowing lights surged out and intertwined with each other. They gathered together and gradually formed a huge silhouette. That's, Chu Luiyue squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Then, his pupils constricted. It was a door. It floated quietly in the air, majestic, powerful, and unapproachable. That's the Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate? Zi Chen suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. The reason for that was because there were even more rays of light gathering behind the door, forming the outline of a magnificent city. Behind the clouds, the legendary illusory God Palace was faintly discernible. Looks like the gate of heaven is really about to open. Once this commotion was made, it was unknown how many cultivators in the divine ruins world rushed over like ducks. Mao Zhen frowned. This was a huge temptation to all cultivators. Even if they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, they would still proceed without hesitation. What do you plan to do next? He looked at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue hugged Dumpling tightly and said word by word, to the illusory God Palace. Chu Luiyue and the others left the divine Phoenix Mountain. Fortunately, Dumpling had the ancestor's golden feather, which made it convenient for them to enter and leave freely. After they left, they continued to freeze the barrier. Under such circumstances, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Everything that happened at the divine Phoenix Mountain made Mao Zhen worried about Divine Dragon Island, so he didn't follow Chu Luiyue back to the Peach Blossom Cove. Instead, he returned to Divine Dragon Island. Chu Luiyue sped along. Along the way, he saw many cultivators heading straight for the bridge in the sky. The entire divine ruin seemed to be faintly restless. Chu Luiyue returned to the Peach Blossom Cove as quickly as possible. When he reached the city gate, he ran into Shi Rui, and the others. You, Seeing Chu Luiyue, Shi Rui, who had been holding back for a long time, burst into tears again. However, she forced herself to hold it in, but her eyes were still filled with sadness. Chu Luiyue saw the sorry state of the group and guessed what had happened. She immediately walked over. "Greetings, Princess." The Black Knights bowed respectfully. Chu Luiyue nodded and motioned for them to rise. She looked around and realized that Rongxiu wasn't here. "Where's the Holy Sun?" she asked. The leader of the soldiers immediately said, "Princess, the Holy Sun has something important to attend to," so he returned to the Yuntian Tower. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Did he say when he would be back? His Highness said that he would need some time, but he didn't say when he would be back. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. Rongxiu had rushed back. Did something really happen at the Yuntian Tower? However, she was afraid that the entire Divine Ruins world would be in chaos, and the Yuntian Tower wouldn't be spared either. She put away these thoughts and looked at Shi Rui. Rui, come with me." The remaining people of the meteor sect were quickly settled down. Hundreds of Black Knights from the Yuntian Tower were also left behind at the Yu residence, and were responsible for guarding this place. Chu Luiyue brought Shi Rui back and asked her in detail. Unfortunately, Shi Rui didn't know what had happened. "I was cultivating at that time, but I suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside. I felt strange, so I went out to take a look. In the end, I saw that the people of the meteor sect were killing each other. There weren't many people in the meteor sect, and they had a good relationship with each other. They didn't have any life or death grudges. Therefore, I felt that something was wrong when I saw this. However, before I could catch those people and ask them about it, a big fire suddenly started in the ancestral hall. The fire spread very quickly, and the entire meteor sect suffered disastrous casualties. We were only able to escape thanks to the Yuntian Tower's Black Knights. Otherwise, Shi Rui couldn't help but feel sorrowful as she recalled everything that had happened before. Chu Luiyue gently patted her hand, but he also knew that this kind of pain could not be comforted by others. She thought for a moment and frowned. Those people probably won't be able to find anything, but how did the fire start in the ancestral hall? Shi Rui shook her head. "I don't know. When I rushed over, the sea of fire had already engulfed the entire ancestral hall. I could only vaguely see that the flames seemed to be gushing out from the ground of the ancestral hall." "Underground?" Chu Luiyue's nerves suddenly tightened. Shi Rui nodded. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but be stunned. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chu Luiyue took a deep breath. "I'm afraid there's a big problem." This situation was extremely similar to the situation at the Phoenix God Mountain. She pondered for a moment and said, "I plan to go to the Illusory God Palace." Shi Rui was shocked. "Now?" Chu Luiyue nodded and looked at the sky outside. At this moment, the sky was already bright. However, the bridge at the edge of the sky didn't disappear like before. The city had already disappeared, but the gate was still standing in the sky, shining brightly. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath. The Illusory God Palace's heavenly gate is about to open. It was waiting for her. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2187. Chu Luiyue called Sun Yi over to discuss the matter of heading to the Illusory God Palace together. This subordinate will naturally go with Master. Sun Yi didn't seem surprised by Chu Luiyue's decision. Or rather, from the moment that line of words flashed in the sky, he had already been prepared for it. Peach Blossom Dock can't be left alone. You should stay. Chu Luiyue was halfway through when he saw Sun Yi's expression. He swallowed the rest of his words. Forget it. Come with me. Yes. Who else does Master plan to bring with him to the 13U sect? Chu Luiyue pondered seriously for a moment. Sanson will be in charge of watching over Peach Blossom Dock. Wu Yao and Yujio will stay behind to watch over the Dao Gate realm. 13 is too young, so he will stay as well. Oh right, there's also Xiaofan. Let him continue to grow vegetables in the Yu residence. In that case, only Hua Shuangshuang and Little Hachi would go with him. Tang Ku and Sir Su's identities are special. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. It's more appropriate to invite Taizu. There were many experts in Peach Blossom Dock, but this trip was dangerous and there were too many uncertainties. Chu Luiyue had to be very careful. After all, from the situation with the Meteor Sect and Phoenix God Mountain, Peach Blossom Dock had to leave enough combat power to prevent any accidents. Cini lowered his eyes slightly. A dark light seemed to flash through his indifferent and narrow eyes. Then, he looked up and asked. Chang Wanzhou. Master, do you want to bring him along? Chu Luiyue was stunned. Little Zhou? Cini nodded. Although he's only a high god now, his strength is not bad and his potential is not small. This might be a rare opportunity for him. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. You're right. Then let's bring Little Zhou along. She had seen Little Zhou's combat power. Moreover, he had followed her for a long time. Most of the time, he naturally knew what to do without her saying anything. But, Cini, when did you become so close to Little Zhou? Chu Luiyue sized up Cini strangely. Based on her understanding of Cini, other than the 13th Yu, he wasn't interested in anything else. Now, he actually took the initiative to mention Xiao Zhou's name. This was extremely rare. Cini's lips twitched as he smiled faintly. He's Master's man. If Master can trust him, then so can I, as long as it was convenient for her master, nothing else mattered. This was indeed the answer Cini gave. Chu Luiyue put away those chaotic thoughts. Alright, it's settled then. Go inform them. I'll go find Taizu. They set off at night. I'll go with you. Shi Ruier suddenly stood up. Chu Luiyue shook his head. You're injured and need to recuperate. Moreover, your status is different now. So, the entire Meteor Sect still needs to rely on you. Shi Ruier's expression immediately changed when she heard this. She pursed her lips tightly. After a long time, she said, all right. I'll listen to you. If there's anything you need, I and the entire Meteor Sect will definitely do it. Chu Luiyue patted her shoulder lightly before turning around and leaving. Soon, it was night time. That silver bridge was especially bright and resplendent in the night sky. As expected, the silhouette of that city appeared once again. Moreover, it was even clearer than the previous day. Before they set off, Chu Luiyue arrived at the Dao realm. Today, Yujio was in charge of guarding this place. She already knew that Chu Luiyue and the rest were planning to head to the illusory god palace. Therefore, she felt strange when she saw her here. Master, why are you here? Chu Luiyue shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just worried that something might happen to this Dao realm, so I came to take a look. Yujio hugged the wooden sword in her arms and smiled. Don't worry. During this period of time, this Dao realm has been very stable. Although it still can't be passed through, it's much better than before when the situation was getting worse. Chu Luiyue walked to the front of the barrier and stared at it. Above the Dao realm, the light flickered and remained calm. She stood there quietly, as if she was waiting for something. She was waiting for the scene from that day to appear again. However, after waiting for a long time, the scene she expected did not appear. That mirror did not appear above the Dao realm, nor did it reflect her figure. Master? Seeing that Chu Luiyue stood there for a long time without any reaction, Yujio called out. Chu Luiyue came back to her senses. She felt a little regretful. I guess I won't be able to see it today, she exhaled softly and turned to leave. Guard it well. Yes. The night wind was cold. Under the starry sky, Chu Luyue and the others rushed toward the bridge. Chu Luyue originally wanted to go with Rongxiu, but Rongxiu had returned to the Yuntian Tower and did not know when he would return. She had Yan Qing pass the message and led the others there first. In fact, the same scene was playing out in the entire Divine Ruins world. Countless cultivators, with all kinds of thoughts, rushed toward the rumored illusory god palace. In the vast sky, there were no stars and no moon. Only the gradually revealed appearance of the huge city attracted everyone's attention. It seemed to have existed here since ancient times. It was incomparably noble and unmoving. And that bridge was the only existence that people could touch. Whether or not they could ascend to the heavens and enter when the heaven gate opened became everyone's hope. The bridge was very far away from them. Even though Chu Luyue and the others traveled at full speed, it took them half a month to reach it. Looking from afar, it was a sea. The silver bridge grew from the sea and extended toward the sky, connecting with the magnificent city. Countless rays of light scattered down. It was brilliant. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2188. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered on the shore. They all looked up with unconcealable eagerness and anticipation in their eyes. Chu Luyue's arrival caused a commotion among the crowd. That person from Peach Blossom Dock is here. I heard that Senior Tang Ku and Mr. Su forged nearly 100 venerable divine artifacts together and gave them all to Peach Blossom Dock as gifts. I wonder what kind of scene that is. I've long heard of Shengguanyu's fame, but I didn't expect to meet her here. What's so strange about that? The Illusion God Palace's heaven gate is about to open, and countless cultivators are rushing here to enter. She's no exception. But isn't that person from Yuntian Tower always with her? Why isn't she here this time? Shengguanyu seems to be very confident in herself since she only brought so few people here. However, the Illusory God Palace isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Everyone was discussing. During this period of time, Chu Luyue could be said to be extremely famous in the Divine Ruins world. Thus, everyone was inevitably filled with curiosity and probing about her. Chu Luyue didn't care about the various gazes and voices around her. She focused her gaze in front of her. The bluish-black seawater was churning, and the waves kept crashing against the rocks, splashing water everywhere. What was different from other sea regions was that the seawater here contained an extremely abundant amount of energy. Even though they were just standing on the shore, they could still feel the pressure that was hard to ignore. There was nothing on the surface of the sea other than the silver bridge. There's no sign of life here at all. Shengguanjing frowned and said in a low voice. Other than them, this place seemed to be too quiet. Only the sound of the waves kept echoing in their ears. Chu Luyue stared at the mysterious sea and said softly, "The seawater is too rich. The energy in the seawater is too abundant. Naturally, no living creatures will approach it." "Master, what's the reason for that?" Little Hachi blinked and came over curiously. "Isn't it better for cultivation if there's more energy?" Chu Luyue's lips curled up. "Generally speaking, that's true. However, the prerequisite was that the body had to be able to withstand the irrigation and erosion of these powers. If he couldn't control it, it would only do more harm than good. Previously, in the palace in the Red Moon Desert, such a problem had occurred." "I see." Little Hachi nodded and rested her chin on her hand. "However, this place is indeed very strange. There is so much heaven and earth energy here, but it doesn't spread outwards. It only fills this place. It's as if there's an invisible barrier that's sealing everything." Chu Luyue looked at the silver bridge thoughtfully. Right at this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly came from the sky. Boom! The distant and boundless sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world. Everyone's heart trembled. The gate of heaven is opening. Someone in the crowd shouted, but it was not difficult to hear the suppressed excitement in the voice. Do we have to cross that bridge? Then we'll have to cross this sea first and reach that bridge. This sea is a little strange. Won't it be dangerous? If it's dangerous, we'll just have to be careful. We can't possibly give up eating for fear of choking and just watch, right? Although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, it could not erase the yearning in their hearts. This old man will go first. A black-robed elder stroked his beard and took the lead. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. She did not recognize that elder, but from his aura, there was no doubt that he was a venerable god expert. At a time like this, a venerable god expert would indeed be more confident. Everyone focused their gazes on him. The black-robed elder came to the shore and waved his hand, setting up a crimson barrier around him. Then, with a tap of his foot, he quickly headed toward the silver bridge in the center of the sea. Wherever he passed, ripples would appear on the surface of the sea. Then, everyone saw that the elder's speed had clearly slowed down. The rich heaven and earth energy was like a swamp, slowing down his pace. The black-robed elder was shocked. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, so heavy that he almost could not breathe. He quickly circulated the origin power in his body, barely keeping his body from falling. Even so, he was still slowed down by a lot. He was only halfway there, but the energy in his body was already exhausted at an alarming rate. When he finally arrived in front of the silver bridge, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Only when he stepped onto the silver bridge did he feel the pressure on his body instantly lessen. Phew, he let out a long breath and stood there for a long while before recovering. When he looked back, he still felt some lingering fear. If he had been a little later, he really might not have been able to hold on and would have fallen into the sea. He looked at the people standing on the shore and said with lingering fear, "I'm afraid that only venerable gods can barely pass through this sea. Those below venerable gods should just give up." Everyone looked at each other when they heard that. Many of those who came here were venerable gods, but the proportion of high gods was definitely not small either. How could the high gods here be willing to give up just because of this? Is he just trying to fool us? We're just flying over this sea. How can he be so exaggerated? That's right. This distance isn't that far. Why is it that only venerable gods can pass through? Isn't that a little too exaggerated? But he doesn't look like he's lying. No matter what, we shouldn't believe anyone's words at a time like this, okay? For a moment, there were differing opinions. Rather than saying that they did not believe the black-robed elder, it was more accurate to say that they were unwilling to give up just like that. They had gone through so much trouble to get here. How could they just leave after listening to someone else's words? Seeing everyone's reaction, the black-robed elder felt stifled and waved his sleeves. That's all I have to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You're courting death. If anything happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. Many people hesitated for a while, but in the end, they still chose to go forward. If we go together, we might be able to support each other. Perhaps we can pass through smoothly. That makes sense. Then we'll just follow behind them. A few moments later, Chu Luiyue saw 3 people holding hands as they walked forward. Of these 3, one was a venerable god while the other 2 were high gods. All of them looked rather young. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. The 3 of them walked forward smugly, but they soon realized how serious the situation was. Layers upon layers of pressure were surging in from all sides, almost crushing them. The energy in their bodies was rapidly being consumed, but even so, they found it difficult to move forward. When they were 1/3 of the way through, one of them couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the sea. Splash! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2189. That person fell into the water and disappeared into the sea. The two people above looked down and were about to try to retrieve that person when suddenly, their eyes widened in shock. The body of the person who had just fallen had already been minced into pieces by the astonishing power in the sea. A smear of blood slowly spread, and the thick smell of blood rushed into their nostrils. The remaining pieces of flesh and blood rushed to the surface of the sea and were quickly drowned by the waves. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, that person did not even have time to call for help before he was completely swallowed and died. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. This sea, plop. Another person could not hold on and fell. This time, only the god was left in the group of three in the blink of an eye. However, his current situation was not optimistic. The two people beside him fell one after another and died in front of his eyes, which was a huge blow to him. He was dazed for a moment, took a deep breath, and coughed because of the thick smell of blood. This finally made him come back to his senses, and he quickly fled without thinking. He ran madly in the direction of the silver bridge. The origin power in his body burned wildly, and his face was pale and his whole body was in pain. However, he could not care about anything else at this time. He only knew that he could rush forward as fast as he could. Finally, before he ran out of energy, he arrived at the silver bridge. As soon as he stepped on it, his body went weak and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. The black-robed elder who came first saw this and frowned. "Now, you still don't believe this old man's words?" Everyone fell silent. They had all seen the tragic scene just now. It was already difficult for a god to cross by himself, let alone bring others. However, if that was the case, wouldn't many of them really have to stop here? The gate of heaven is about to open, and everyone wants to go to the illusory god palace, but it's not that easy. The strong are respected, and if you don't have enough strength, you're just courting death. The black-robed elder's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Those two gods were quite strong, but what happened in the end? All of them fell into the sea and were completely annihilated. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Could it be that only venerables can enter the illusory god palace? Someone muttered in a low voice. His voice was filled with disappointment and defeat. Shengwan Jing looked at Chu Luyue and asked hesitantly, "Little you, what do you think we should do now?" There were a total of 6 of them. He, Chu Luyue, and Sun Yi were all honored gods. The remaining 3 were only high gods. Chu Luyue said, "Let's go together." Together? Shengwan Jing frowned. She had clearly seen the situation just now. It was impossible for her not to know how dangerous it was to do so. But she was still so insistent. "Little girl, you, why don't you think about it again? The road ahead is dangerous. If we advance recklessly, I'm afraid." "Taizu, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't gamble with Shuang and the others' lives." Chu Liyue's voice was very soft, but her tone was very firm. Many people around them heard their conversation and turned to look at them. They looked at Chu Liyue as if they were looking at a stubborn lunatic. What did Shengwan Jing just say? All of them? Did she make a mistake? Half of them are only high gods. I've heard that she's very bold. Now that I've met her today, she really lives up to her reputation. Where did she get her confidence from? I'd like to see how she's going to bring those people over safely. There was no lack of people in the crowd who wanted to see a joke. Seeing Chu Liyue's insistence, Shengwan Jing could only agree. Then, be careful. Chu Liyue nodded. She tapped the tip of her foot lightly, and her slender and delicate figure instantly flew up and landed on the surface of the sea. Boundless pressure instantly surged in from all directions, enveloping her completely. Almost at the same time, turbulent force surged out of Chu Liyue's dantian and filled every yuan meridian around her. A layer of beautiful soft armor covered her body and flickered with a faint glow. The two forces inside and outside her body clashed with each other and instantly cancelled out a lot of the pressure. Moreover, she had summoned her godly body, which greatly reduced the impact on her body. After a series of actions, she easily resolved the problem of the terrifying pressure around her. The only troublesome thing was that it consumed a terrifying amount of force. However, coincidentally, this was what she lacked the most. Chu Luyue continuously urged the force in her body to surge out. To others, this place might be extremely dangerous, but to her, it was really nothing. Shuang shuang. Chu Luyue turned around and shouted at the people who were still standing on the shore. Hua Shuang reacted quickly and immediately responded. Before he finished speaking, he was already charging toward Chu Luyue. Like the others before him, he slowed down the moment he stepped onto the sea. At this moment, a silver-red flowing light surged out from Chu Luyue's body and drew a brilliant rainbow under the dark sky. Divine territory? Seeing this scene, the two venerated gods standing on the silver bridge could not help but exclaim in shock. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Others might not know, but the two of them knew best. On the surface of the sea, the pressure was heavy. It was already extremely difficult to pass through, let alone anything else. In any case, the two of them had been completely suppressed earlier and could not summon their own divine territories. However, Chu Luyue seemed to be very relaxed. The silver-red divine territory surged like a river and reached Hua Shuang in the blink of an eye. With this divine territory, Hua Shuang's movements became much more convenient. His figure flashed, and he quickly moved forward along the god domain. Chu Luyue's divine territory covered almost half of the sea. Hua Shuang did not take long to reach the silver bridge from the shore. Finally, with a leap, he landed firmly on the silver bridge. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Is this possible? Is this possible? Little Hachi! Chu Luyue shouted again. Little Hachi tucked her hair behind her ears and walked forward, twisting her slender waist. As she walked, she waved her hand at the person who had made sarcastic remarks just now and chuckled. Just now, you said that you wanted to see what our master would do, right? Now, you have to watch carefully. After all, this is an opportunity that you can only watch. As she spoke, she flew up and followed Hua Shuang's path. It did not take much effort for her to reach Hua Shuang's side. Oh, it's so crowded here. Little Hachi covered her mouth and smiled. I'll have to trouble the two seniors to move over there. There are still quite a few people behind us. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2190. The eyes of the two venerable gods who were the first to arrive twitched. Why do these words sound so infuriating? However, little Hachi was enchanting and beautiful, and she smiled sweetly. They could not throw a tantrum at a young lady, so they could only walk stiffly to the side. Thank you, seniors. Little Hachi's smile deepened as she yawned. Hey, second brother, don't you think it's boring? Hua Shuang knew that she had always been the most vengeful. She must have been angered by those people's mockery just now, so she deliberately angered them. He gently knocked little Hachi's forehead. You've been spoiled by your master. Little Hachi snorted. Hua Shuang continued to comfort her. Why don't we guess who can come over? Isn't this a little interesting? Little Eighth was instantly energized and nudged him with his elbow. His brows relaxed as he smiled. Second brother, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you haven't changed at all. Yes, I still like to watch shows like before. But I like it too. Look at those people's expressions. It's really exciting. Just now, they were all waiting to add insult to injury, but now, they're all stunned on the spot and can't say a word, right? There aren't many opportunities to slap people in the face, so I have to seize it. Hua Shuangshuang said seriously. I'm also worried that everyone can't come over. After all, it's not easy to come here, right? If we can only watch others pass by, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? The two of them echoed each other, making the group of people so angry that their faces turned green. However, the truth was right in front of them. Chu Luyue had indeed sent them all over easily. Even if they wanted to refute, they could not find anything to say. Amidst the strange silence, Chang Wanzhou quickly arrived. Finally, Cin Yi and Shengguan Jing arrived. After they arrived at the Silver Bridge, Chu Luyue moved his wrist and planned to put away the God Realm. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Master Yu, wait. Chu Luyue turned around. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Master Yu, we have a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, there's no need to say it. Chu Luyue interrupted the other party and quickly put away his divine territory. With a single step, he arrived on the Silver Bridge. Everyone was speechless. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned into the color of a pig's liver. He was extremely embarrassed. However, he still refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued. Master Yu. We just want to ask you for a favor. As long as you can help us cross this sea, we will reward you handsomely. Chu Luyue looked at him strangely. Heavy reward? How heavy is it? The man choked instantly. In the Divine Ruins world, who didn't know that Chu Luyue was rich? There was a large group of divine beasts, a large pile of venerable divine artifacts, and all kinds of precious heavenly treasures. What did she lack? What could possibly catch her eye? Perhaps it was because he was questioned by Chu Luyue in front of so many people. The man felt a little embarrassed. His expression became a little unsightly. To Master Yu, this is just a piece of cake. Even so, Master Yu is still unwilling to help. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment before he chuckled softly. Little Hachi blinked and said coquettishly. Master, so there really is such a shameless person in this world? He's not related to me at all, yet he has the cheek to ask me for help like this? TSK, what a big face. Most importantly, he's very ugly. That's even uglier. The man's expression instantly turned even uglier. You. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2191. Let's not talk about whether this is a piece of cake for me. Even if it is, it has nothing to do with you, does it? Little Hachi and the others are my people, so of course I have to take them with me. As for you, if you're willing to return to Peach Blossom Cove and call me Master for the rest of your life, I can consider it. Chu Luyue said slowly. These words were like a resounding slap to the man's face. Shengguan Yu. Don't go overboard. If you don't want to help, just say so. What's the point of insulting me like that? Chu Luyue was surprised. I thought I made myself very clear, but you didn't understand. But you don't seem to understand, so I can only be more straightforward. In the end, he was the one who brought this humiliation upon himself. Who else could he blame? The man's expression changed. He was furious. Fine. If you're so capable, wait until the divine gate opens. Let's see if you can still have the last laugh. Chu Luyue looked away lazily. You don't have to worry about that. If you have the time and energy, you'd better think about how to get over. That one sentence finally blocked the rest of the man's words. As for the others present, they looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Chu Luyue was clearly not going to help, so they had to think of another way. That was normal. Everyone was here to compete with each other. It was good enough that they could take care of their own people. Who would want to help others for no reason? Chu Luyue could easily bring her subordinates over because she had the ability. What right did others have to ask her to help? After a brief silence, the remaining people finally tried to cross the sea and reach the silver bridge. Her Eminence was able to make it, but none of the great gods were able to make it over safely. Although there was only a difference of one word between the two, there was a huge gap between their strengths. It was like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. After another 7 great gods died in the sea, the remaining great gods finally gave up. In the end, only 23 high deities made it onto the bridge. The middle-aged man who wanted Chu Luyue's help was among them, but the rest of the people who came with him stayed on the shore. Including Chu Luyue and the others who had arrived earlier, there were a total of 31 people. Among these people, Hua Shuangshuang and the other 2 were the only high gods. In this way, the 3 of them became rather special existences. However, under the protection of Chu Luyue and the others, the remaining people could not express anything. The middle-aged man stared at Chu Luyue with a cold look in his eyes. Little Hachi moved closer to Chu Luyue and said in a low voice, "Master, I think that person already hates us. I'm afraid that he will think of ways to make things difficult for us." Chu Luyue shook his head. "Ignore him." She had always been sharp, so she naturally sensed the other party's hostility. However, she did not take this seriously. If she was worried about this, she would not have acted like that just now. She did not take the initiative to cause trouble, but she was also not afraid of trouble. Little Hachi saw that she was staring at the silver bridge under her feet with great concentration. She also tilted her head and looked at it a few times, but unfortunately, she did not see anything. "Master, what's so interesting about this bridge? Have you been looking at it since you came up?" Chu Luyue said. "Look at the patterns on it." "Patterns?" Little Adie's brows furrowed slightly. She saw that there were only some flickering light spots on it, but there were no patterns. Chu Luyue bent down, stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped on one of the light spots. Bang! A slight cracking sound could be heard. The palm-sized light spot suddenly spread out, and light scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small Xian formation. The pattern was complicated and dazzling. Most importantly, this was a great Xian Emperor Master-level Xian formation. Chu Luyue's pupils shrank. She had already felt that there was something wrong with this light spot, but she did not expect that such an inconspicuous little light spot was actually a Xian formation of this level. After a moment, that Xian formation closed up again, and the light scattered, returning to that blurry light spot. It did not seem to be a threat at all. If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe what had just happened. Just now, that was a great Xian Emperor Master-level Xian formation. When Chu Luyue moved, the people at the side were more or less paying attention to her, so they all saw the scene. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Chu Luyue stood up and looked forward. At this moment, they were standing at the bottom of this silver bridge. Going up, countless light spots gathered, condensing into this peculiar bridge. The light spots flickered, and there were almost countless of them. If these were all Xian formations, Chu Luyue held her breath. She originally thought that the flowing cloud flying diagram, which had accumulated over 1,000 Xian formations, was already an extremely powerful existence. However, at this moment, compared to this silver bridge that extended from the sea to the sky, it was simply a small magician in the presence of a great magician. No, it could even be said that there was no comparison at all. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking scene it would be if all these light spots bloomed at the same time and all the Xian formations operated at the same time. No wonder this place has such astonishing heaven and earth energy, Chu Luyue muttered softly. The black-robed elder who was the first to arrive let out a long sigh. So many Xian formations gathered to form a bridge that leads to the sky. I really wonder what kind of existence the illusory god palace at the end of the bridge is. Actually, this was also what everyone was thinking. Just this bridge alone was already incomparably shocking. As for that mysterious illusory god palace, it was probably even more. Dong! Another sound of the bell rang out. Some people could no longer hold back and walked up. Once one person took the lead, the rest would quickly follow. Everyone walked up the bridge one after another, heading straight for the door in the sky. Chu Luyue was about to walk forward when she suddenly caught a glimpse of Chang Wanzhou from the corner of her eyes. His brows were tightly knitted, and his expression seemed to be somewhat painful. "Little Zhou, what's wrong?" Chu Luyue asked. Chang Wanzhou raised his head and looked over, shaking his head. "I'm fine. It's just that just now I felt a little dizzy." Chu Luyue's brows slightly furrowed. "Is it serious?" This didn't seem to be the first time this had happened. Recently, Chang Wanzhou seemed to be prone to headaches and dizziness. This had almost never happened before. Chu Luyue couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips. "I'm fine." Chu Luyue helped him take his pulse and found that his body was indeed normal. "Maybe it's because I haven't rested well recently." Chang Wanzhou retracted his hand. "These few days, I've been having some messy dreams." Chu Luyue nodded. "If you feel uncomfortable, feel free to tell me." Chang Wanzhou responded. At this moment, they were already at the back. The people in front had already walked some distance. Chu Luyue raised his chin. "Let's go." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2192. Dong! Another bell chime was heard. It was getting closer and closer to the opening of the gate of heaven. At first, there were still some whispers in the crowd, but the closer they got, the more tense the atmosphere became. They gradually quieted down. Finally, everyone moved forward in silence. Only the excitement and anticipation in their eyes showed that they were not as calm as they looked. Chu Luyue moved forward step by step. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating, and the blood in her body seemed to be flowing faster. Blood was gurgling under her eardrums. She faintly felt that something was about to rush out from her dantian. But every time she wanted to observe it carefully, that inexplicable throbbing would disappear. This made the whole process extremely long. Every once in a while, the bell would ring. Dong! The 10th bell. Shengguan Jing said in a low voice. At this moment, they were only a short distance away from the gate. Chu Luyue nodded lightly. She had a feeling that perhaps, when the 12th bell rang, the gate of heaven would open. There were already people in front of the gate and stopped. When the 11th bell rang, Chu Luyue and the others also came to the gate. She stood behind the crowd and looked at the gate in front of her. This gate was extremely tall, and people standing here seemed extremely small. Countless streams of light intertwined, outlining its outline, but its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. A thin layer of clouds covered it, and no one could see through it. However, the crowd was able to clearly sense that heavy and imposing aura. This reminded Chu Luyue of the palace in the Red Moon Desert. She wondered what it had to do with the illusory god palace. After a long wait, the 12th bell finally rang. Dong! This bell was heavy and distant, and it spread far and wide between heaven and earth. Then, the gate finally opened slowly. Creak! Everyone's spirits were lifted as they focused their gazes on that direction. Brilliant golden light shone, almost blinding them. Chu Luyue tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. After a while, the light gradually dissipated. A man in his 30s, dressed in a gray robe, walked out of the door. As soon as he appeared, Chu Luyue's heart trembled. This man's aura was extremely strong. He was much stronger than all the primordial gods she had seen before. He was probably only one step away from the rumored threshold. She glanced quickly at the man again. He had a tall and straight figure and a handsome face. There was a faint arrogance in his eyes. He stood in front of the door, his scrutinizing and imposing gaze sweeping across everyone. He spoke in a low voice, and his voice was clear yet carried an indescribable pressure. The Mirage God Palace's heavenly gate opens once every 10,000 years to recruit the best cultivators in the world to ascend to the heavens and break through the gods. You are the first batch to arrive at the opening of the heavenly gate. It can be seen that your aptitudes are not bad. Everyone was excited, but they still held their breaths in concentration, not daring to slack off in the slightest. I am Jin Yunlai, the seventh divine envoy of the illusory God Palace. I am in charge of leading you into the illusory God Palace. You will follow the order and enter the book one by one. Saying so, he raised his hand, and a thick book appeared in his palm. Then, he opened the book, and his other hand flashed with light, summoning a crimson gold feather pen. When she saw the feather in his hand, Chu Liuyue's heart tensed up. That was the feather of the crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Ah you! I want to go out. Ah you! Tuanzi also sensed the breath and immediately wanted to come out. Chu Liyue comforted her in her mind, Dumpling, don't worry, wait until we enter the heavenly gate. It won't be too late to check then. There can't be any mistakes right now. Hearing her say that, Dumpling finally calmed down. Then you must take a good look and see if that is Grandpa Patriarch's feather. Chu Liyue nodded without batting an eyelid. Luckily, this small disturbance didn't attract that person's attention. The people standing in front had already started to step forward. Name. Jin Yunlai held the book in one hand and a pen in the other, asking in a deep voice. Song Qing. The first to step forward was the black-robed elder who was the first to step on the silver bridge. Even though he had seen many storms, he still couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. Jin Yunlai raised her hand and used the crimson gold feather to gently sweep it between Song Qing's eyebrows. Song Qing felt as if there was an eye that was looking at him from the inside out. The force in his body surged, and a pattern appeared between his eyebrows. That was the totem of his bloodline power. Jin Yunlai nodded and wrote his name on the book. Pass. Next. Song Qing was originally a bit nervous, but he didn't think that he would pass the inspection so smoothly. He was happy and immediately responded. Thank you, Divine Envoy Jin. In the Illusion God Palace, the title of Divine Envoy is the highest honor, there is no need to use a name. You can just call me the seventh Divine Envoy. Jin Yunlai said indifferently. Song Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed. Yes. Seeing that Jin Yunlai wasn't angry, he relaxed and stepped through the heaven gate. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all extremely envious. The second person tried his best to restrain his excitement and walked forward. The process was the same as before. After he reported his name, Jin Yunlai swept the feather between his eyebrows again. Pass. Next. There were a total of 31 people who came here, and Jin Yunlai's inspection speed was extremely fast. Soon, more than half of them had gone through. Soon, it was the middle-aged man who asked Chu Liyue for help but was rejected. With a face full of eagerness, he bowed his head and said respectfully, "This one is Cheng Pei, greetings to the seventh divine envoy. This one has admired the Illusion God Palace for a long time. Today, don't talk so much nonsense." Jin Yunlai's face showed some impatience, and her voice carried a warning. In the Illusion God Palace, strength is everything. Everything else is false, understand? Many of the onlookers looked at him with ridicule. He wanted to flatter, but he hit the nail on the head. Don't you know where you are? Cheng Pei's face turned pale. Only then did he realize what a stupid thing he had done. He quickly said, I understand. Jin Yunlai swept the feather between his eyebrows and said coldly. Pass. Next. Cheng Pei walked over with his legs shaking. it took him a while to recover. Soon, everyone was finished with the inspection, and only 6 people, including Chu Luiyue, were left. Shengguan Jing followed him and passed smoothly. Chu Luiyue walked forward. Shengguan Yu. Jin Yunlai glanced at her and raised her eyebrows. You've become a supreme god at such a young age. Thank you for the compliment, 7th Divine Envoy. Chu Luiyue replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Jin Yunlai nodded in satisfaction, then swept the feather between Chu Luiyue's eyebrows. Then, his face turned serious. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows were as smooth as before. There was no sign of a totem. Chapter 2193. Jin Yunlai tried again. The reddish-gold feather gently swept across her forehead, but there was still nothing between her eyebrows. His eyes became cold and stern as he looked at Chu Luiyue with a scrutinizing gaze. Where's your totem? Totem? Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat as she instantly understood what had happened. She paused for a moment and said, 7th Divine Envoy, I don't have a totem. No? Jin Yunlai frowned. Chu Luiyue explained, I came from outside the Divine Ruins world, so I don't have a bloodline totem. Of course she did. Even if she wasn't from the Divine Ruins world, there was indeed a strange totem in her body. Otherwise, when she tested the bloodline power level with the infinite divine dial in the Yuntian Tower, she wouldn't have been able to get a score of 11. However, even she herself didn't know what was going on. From the moment she was reborn in Chu Luiyue's body, that strange pattern had already appeared. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it. Later, when she went to the Divine Ruins world, she found out that it was the so-called bloodline totem. However, that thing came and went sometimes, and even she couldn't control it. She only remembered that when she was in danger, the totem seemed to be burning between her eyebrows. However, it would often disappear very quickly. You're from outside the Divine Ruins world? Jin Yunlai looked her up and down, the admiration in her eyes fading in an instant, and even a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. Although this look dissipated quickly, Chu Luiyue quickly caught it. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly. It was just that she didn't have a bloodline totem. Why did the 7th Divine Envoy look down on her in an instant? Many people would look at her in a new light when they heard that she came from outside the Divine Ruins world and didn't inherit the bloodline power. Because from a certain point of view, this meant that her talent was stronger than others, which was why she could break through so quickly and reach the God realm. However, this person seemed to be the opposite. Jin Yunlai took out something and handed it over. Those without a bloodline totem will need to tie this tongue to their bodies when they enter the illusory god palace. Chu Luiyue took the item and looked at it carefully. It was a small pendant made of red string with a transparent ball the size of a chess piece tied to it. The material of the round ball was neither gold nor jade, it was clear and lustrous. There was a small golden word, illusion, drawn on it. For those without bloodline power, the possibility of ascending to the heavens and becoming a god is almost zero. Originally, you did not have the qualifications to come here, but since you have crossed the bridge, this divine envoy will give you a chance. If you don't meet the requirements of your cultivation within the stipulated time, the words in this ball of tongue will gradually dissipate. When it completely disappears, that is when you leave the illusory god palace, do you understand? It turned out that this was something that tested the speed of one's cultivation, and it seemed to have a lot to do with the power of one's bloodline. Chu Luiyue tied the tongue around his waist. Thank you, 7th Divine Envoy. Jin Yunlai didn't pay any more attention to him, and raised his chin. Next. Compared to before, his attitude was a lot colder. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Chu Luiyue, so much so that he didn't even say half a word. Chu Luiyue didn't care, and stepped over the threshold. At this moment, the water droplet in her dantian suddenly trembled. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately suppressed this fluctuation. Fortunately, this movement was very small, and it didn't attract the attention of the others. She came to a place not far from Song Qing and the others, and calmly waited for the others to come over. I didn't think that there would be a time when Yu Zhu would be defeated," Cheng Pei said in a strange tone. Of all the people who came, only Chu Luiyue received Jin Yunlai's praise. Originally, they all thought that Chu Luiyue would have a meteoric rise. Who knew that just because she didn't have a bloodline totem, Jin Yunlai's attitude would take a 180-degree turn. This time, Chu Luiyue's days in the illusory god palace wouldn't be easy. Jin Yunlai had already said that it was impossible for her to ascend to the heavens and break through to godhood. "Yu Zhu is a genius, and you've already broken through to godhood at such a young age. We were originally waiting to see Yu Zhu reach the top and take another step forward. Unfortunately, it seems that it's impossible now. What a pity." Cheng Pei's eyes were filled with unconcealable schadenfreude. Everyone put in so much effort to come here in order to break through the shackles and ascend to a higher realm. But Chu Luiyue had just come here, and before she could do anything, Jin Yunlai had already sentenced her to death. Wasn't this the same as extinguishing all of her chessboard and desires? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly and said, "Cheng Pei, don't feel sorry for me. Even if I can't ascend to godhood in the end, with my current godhood, it won't be a problem for me to deal with those who are outwardly strong but inwardly weak." As she spoke, she looked at her hand and said slowly, "I'm sorry. I remember that back then, I almost used this hand to send Family E on his way. But I've always respected the old and loved the young, so I usually won't use such a killing move unless I can't help it." "You?" Cheng Pei's face turned red and white at the same time. He wanted to refute, but when he saw Chu Luiyue's nonchalant attitude, he felt some fear in his heart. He was no match for Yi Wentao. When Chu Luiyue was still a high god, she had already taken half of Yi Wentao's life, let alone now that she was a god. Furthermore, when they were in that sea region, everyone had clearly seen that her power was much greater than what they had expected. This Chu Luiyue. They couldn't afford to provoke her. At the very least, it wasn't a suitable choice to fight her head-on now. Cheng Pei took a few deep breaths and flicked his sleeves. "Humph. I hope Yu Zhu can always be so confident. Let's see how arrogant she can be after entering the illusory god palace." The others present didn't say anything. They secretly exchanged glances with each other with subtle expressions. Originally, they also wanted to rope in Chu Luiyue, but looking at the current situation, she might even be a burden. If that was the case, they would have to consider carefully. Chu Luiyue pretended not to see the various gazes around her. Of course, she knew that these people had their own thoughts. But no matter what attitude they had towards her, she didn't care much. From the beginning, her purpose here was different from theirs. The fewer interactions they had, the less trouble they would have. She looked at the people who were still outside the door. Behind her was Shengguan Jing. Like Chu Luiyue, he didn't have a totem. Then, there was a Tuan Xinz at his waist. After him was Zhen Yi. When Jin Yunlai saw him, she was stunned for a moment and then frowned slightly. "You have been to the illusory god palace before? Wonderful book house." Chapter 2194. After asking this question, Jin Yunlai was stunned. He must be crazy to ask such a question. The illusion god palace only opened once every 10,000 years. How could this man have been here before? "No." Zhen Yi answered calmly. His eyes were calm, as if he didn't care about Jin Yunlai's strange question. Jin Yunlai scanned his forehead. As expected, he didn't have a bloodline totem. He could already tell that the people behind him were close to the Shengguanyu who had just entered. They probably came from outside the Divine Ruins world. He waved his hand in annoyance. "Yes. Sun Yi held a ball and stepped over the threshold to Chu Liuyue's side. Jin Yunlai looked back again. In that instant, that familiar feeling. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. But that man's appearance and aura were indeed unfamiliar. I'm probably mistaken, Jin Yunlai retracted his gaze. Chu Liyue looked at Jin Yunlai and then at Sun Yi. He asked in a low voice, Sun Yi, why, did he ask you that? Sun Yi smiled faintly. I don't know either. Maybe, he got the wrong person. Chu Liyue thought about it and also found it strange. Are you a high god? At this moment, Jin Yunlai's voice sounded again. Chu Liyue looked up and saw that Hua Shuangshuang was being checked. Not only did he not have a bloodline totem, he wasn't even a high god. Jin Yunlai frowned and didn't hide his impatience and contempt. High gods are not allowed to enter. You can go back. Hua Shuangshuang was stunned and then cupped his fists. Seventh Divine Envoy, may I ask why? High gods can't pass through the sea, so they naturally don't have the right to enter the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai said coldly. But now that we're here, why can't we enter? Hua Shuangshuang laughed and asked. Jin Yunlai's expression turned even colder. He glanced at little Hachi and Chang Wanzhou. The three of you are all high gods? Actually, it wasn't that no high gods had entered the Illusion God Palace before. However, most of them had bloodline totems, and their own bloodline power was extremely strong. However, all three of them were high gods, and if his guess was correct, none of them had a bloodline totem. No one had entered the Illusion God Palace. Seventh Divine Envoy. Chu Liyue suddenly spoke. I was the one who brought the three of them here. Although I used some tricks, no one said that I couldn't do that. Now that we're here, it can be said that we're fated with the Illusion God Palace. If you don't allow them to enter just because they aren't exalted gods and don't have totems, then perhaps you shouldn't have set up the sea region below from the beginning. You should have just selected people from the group that you've chosen. Jin Yunlai stared at him coldly. You're quite brave. She dared to talk to him like that. Chu Liuyue's lips curved. I'm just speaking the truth. Also, I'm thinking for you. You said that the Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate opens every 10,000 years to recruit the best cultivators. Although they're not high gods yet, they're all very outstanding. If you let them leave, it'll be a loss for the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai looked like she heard a joke. I've already said that a cultivator without a bloodline totem would never be able to ascend to the heavens and ascend to godhood. Moreover, they aren't even gods now. Since you're so sure, you should let them in. That way, the Illusion God Palace will be fair and it won't affect the overall situation. After all, when the time is up, the words in the letter will disappear. Those without strength will be kicked out of the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai was silent for a moment. His expression changed as if he was thinking about Chu Liuyue's words. After a while, he finally nodded. Good. Then I'll see how long you can stay here. Then, he finally wrote down Hua Shuangshuang and the other two's names on the list and gave each of them a letter. When Chang Wanzhou, who was the last in line, also walked in, Jin Yunlai finally said, Come with me. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked forward. Song Qing looked at the open door and couldn't help but ask, Seventh Divine Envoy, the Heavenly Gate, once the Heavenly Gate opens, it will last for a year. In this year, anyone who steps on the bridge and comes to the door will be able to enter the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai said without turning his head. Similarly, if you can't reach a certain level in this year, you'll also be kicked out. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yes. They thought that everything would be fine once they entered, but who knew that it was just the beginning? How could it be so easy to improve? The people who were still rejoicing that they successfully entered became nervous again. Compared to their excitement, Chu Liuyue's mood was much calmer. The 1-year deadline wasn't very important to her. Because she came here mainly to find Dugu Mobao and the other two, as well as Yi Zhao. Of course, if possible, she also wanted to know what kind of place the Illusion God Palace was. Stepping through the heavenly gate, there was an extremely wide road in front of them. This was a road carved out of black jade. Just like the silver bridge, there were pieces of silver light quietly flashing on it. They were scattered all over the place, presenting an indescribable sense of beauty. In the chaos, there seemed to be some kind of pattern. But unlike the bridge, these light spots were locked under the black jade stone. An extremely thin layer of translucent jade covered it perfectly. It was enshrouded in balls of light, which were bright and dazzling. Master, these are also Xian formations, right? With previous experience, little Hachi saw this scene and subconsciously associated it with the bridge from before. Chu Luyue nodded slightly. Even if she didn't look carefully, she could confirm that these were indeed Xian formations. And, compared to the ones outside, they were probably higher and not lower. This road leads directly from the Heavenly Gate to the Illusion God Palace. There are countless top-grade Xian formations gathered on it. Regardless of whether it's light or dark, they are all shining like stars and illuminating everything. Jin Yunlai explained indifferently. The Xian formations on it can be cultivated and studied. Everyone was shocked. There are so many, and we can all comprehend and cultivate? One had to know that every high-grade Xian formation was an intangible treasure. Even those who came from first-rate families like them wouldn't be willing to take out their treasures. However, this illusory god palace had directly engraved so many Xian formations on the star path. Jin Yunlai suddenly laughed and looked up. There are countless Xian formations in the Illusion God Palace. I'm not afraid of you seeing them, I'm just afraid that you won't understand them. Chapter 2195. His tone was indifferent and carried a bone-deep arrogance. Everyone was silent for a moment. Although these words made people feel uncomfortable, they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with them. To be able to gather such a shocking number of Xian formations to form a bridge and a path was already enough to explain many things. The foundation of the illusory god palace was probably not something they could imagine. Little Hachi's red lips curled and she almost rolled her eyes. But considering that they were in someone else's territory, she held back. The previously noisy crowd quieted down. At this moment, they finally realized what kind of place they had come to. In the Divine Ruins world, they were undoubtedly the top experts. Their status was respected and they were admired by others. In the end, after coming to this place, they became the lowest level existences in this place. The change in status was too sudden, and many people found it hard to accept. Even if they had mentally prepared themselves before coming here, who would be able to laugh and admit that they were too weak when it really came to this? Jin Yunlai seemed to know what they were thinking. The corner of his mouth curled up, but there was no smile in his eyes. This divine envoy knows that you are not convinced. But after a long time, you will naturally recognize everything. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the left. In the distance, there was a continuous mountain range. Over there is the herb mountain of the illusory god palace. There are many natural treasures growing there. Whatever you want, you can go and take it. As long as the grade of the pills refined is high enough, you can choose anything you want. It doesn't matter even if you sleep there. A few people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This was really big. Jin Yunlai pointed to the right again. They could vaguely see a surging light that seemed to be a lake. And over there is a lightning pool that specializes in refining tools. The Tianlei inside is also inexhaustible. If you have the ability, you can go and try the power of the lightning pool. This time, everyone was completely silent. Such generosity and confidence, it was really hard to not be convinced. As for origin cultivation, it is the simplest. As you can see, there are countless courtyards on both sides of the star path. You can choose any one of them as your residence. You can cultivate there in the future. Chu Luyue looked to both sides and saw that there were indeed houses that were arranged in picturesque disorder. Normally, you can come and go as you please. However, there are two places in the illusory god palace that you cannot go to. Jin Yunlai said as she looked ahead. One is the illusory god's palace up ahead, and the other is the forbidden area behind the illusory god's palace. If you trespass into these two places without permission, the consequences are not something you can bear. Do you understand? Towards the end, his tone became increasingly stern. Everyone's heart trembled. Yes. Thank you for your advice, Seventh Oracle. Chu Luyue followed his gaze and looked in front, but she was instantly dazed. At the end of the star path, a magnificent palace stood quietly. As for this palace, she had seen it before. This was the pavilion in the sky that had once appeared in the Red Moon Desert. However, at this time, without the layer of white fog, everything could be seen clearly. Above the palace, there was a plaque with golden words. The words on it were vigorous and powerful, like a graceful swan, like a swimming dragon. Illusory God's Palace. Digression, yesterday, I wrote that Taizu had reviewed it. It was considered a small bug, and it had been fixed. Continued at 6 p.m. Guess Rong Xiu's final identity? Chapter 2196. It was different from the blurry scene she saw before. The palace in front of her was grand, ancient, and filled with a sense of holiness that made people not dare to look at it directly. Although it looked the same on the outside, Chu Luyue inexplicably felt that the aura of the palace of the illusory god was somewhat different. As for what was different, it was hard for her to say. Someone in the crowd also recognized the palace of the illusory god and pointed at it in surprise. Isn't that the one before, ah? Before he could finish his sentence, that person felt an incomparably powerful pressure suddenly descend upon him. He was not prepared at all. He only felt a weight on his shoulders and his legs involuntarily knelt down. Plop. His knees heavily hit the jade road, making a muffled sound. That person sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Jin Yunlai came in front of him, looked down at him, and coldly reprimanded, "The palace of the illusory god is a supreme existence. How dare you point your finger at it and offend it?" That person's face turned white. Only then did he realize that he had just committed a grave mistake. I know my mistake. Please forgive me, God Envoy." Jin Yunlai's eyes were as cold as a knife. His gaze landed on that person's body as if it was solid. Until that person could not take it anymore, he finally slowly opened his mouth. "There won't be a next time." Yes. Yes. Thank you, God Envoy." That person immediately thanked him as if he had been pardoned. Jin Yunlai looked around. Remember, in this palace of the illusory god, you must pay attention to everything you say and do. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. Everyone bowed their heads in agreement. Jin Yunlai then turned and left, continuing to walk in the direction of the palace of the illusory god. It wasn't until his figure gradually disappeared into the distance that the kneeling man let out a long sigh and staggered to his feet. At this time, his face was already pale and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It could be seen how nervous he was just now. However, no one mocked him. Instead, they all had complicated expressions. He had only raised his hand to point at the so-called palace of the illusory god, and he had almost lost his life. The rules of the illusory god palace were extremely strict. Their strengths were about the same. If it were them, they wouldn't be much better off than that man. Feeling the same way, they naturally couldn't relax. Looks like I have to be careful with my words and actions in the illusory god palace. Song Qing stroked his beard and sighed. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became icy cold and stagnant. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. It's not too late to realize this now. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. In a courtyard not far away, there was a man who looked to be about 30 years old. He had his arms crossed and was leaning against the door, looking over. He had a toothpick in his mouth and looked a little sloppy. However, the aura emitted from his body was much stronger than everyone else's. There's even one with Tuan Xinz. The man's eyes swept over Chu Luyue, saw the letter tied to her waist, and then looked at her face, and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Your Eminence is so young. That's impossible, right? She didn't have a bloodline totem and had broken through to God. Logically speaking, she should be a few decades older, or even over 100 years old. Little girl, how old are you this year? He asked curiously. You look less than 100 years old, right? Chu Luyue, this junior is 18 this year. 18? You're lying, right? The man said subconsciously. I say, little girl, you really don't have to be like this. We're all people who have lived for thousands of years. Even if you're over 100 years old, or even older, you're still young to us. Chu Luyue said, this junior is speaking the truth. Seeing her calm expression and sincere eyes, the man realized that she wasn't lying. He immediately spat out the toothpick, stood up straight, and carefully sized her up. However, he still couldn't believe it. Seeing that the people beside him didn't react, he suddenly slapped his thigh. It's really true. Chu Luyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This junior has no need to lie about this. That's true. The man nodded in agreement, then leaned lazily against the door frame. He looked at her with pity in his eyes. Such great talent. What a waste. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. She had already grasped the meaning of this sentence. The Illusion God Palace has never had a god under the age of 20. You're the first. It's a pity that you don't have a bloodline totem. He shook his head, looking regretful. Chu Luyue had already heard about this from Jin Yunlai, so she didn't have much of a reaction. Heh, so there's more than one tongue-tied person. The man's eyes turned, and only then did he see that Sun Yi and the others also had tongue-tied people hanging on them. Counting, there were 6 in total. Most importantly, there were 3 exalted gods among them. How did you guys get here? Is it so easy to enter the Illusion God Palace now? Little Hachi was already in a bad mood. When she heard this, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She stepped forward and was about to speak. Chu Luyue pressed her hand, smiled at the man, and said. We passed the same test as everyone else. Since the 7th divine emissary was willing to let us in, it's enough to prove everything, isn't it? After mentioning Jin Yunlai, the man became much more restrained. He chuckled and said, You're right. The divine emissaries have always been the most impartial. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any other intentions. I'm just a little surprised. After all, the Illusion God Palace has never let 6 people without bloodline totems in at once before. Even exalted gods were included. Chu Luyue nodded, indicating that she didn't care. From Jin Yunlai's attitude, she could already guess what kind of treatment they would receive in the Illusion God Palace in the future. She was already prepared, and didn't feel that the other party was deliberately offending her. The other party didn't show any contempt, and even tried to explain himself. This was already good enough. Chu Luyue cupped her hands and asked. This junior is Shengguanyu, may I know senior's name? The man smiled and shook his head. No need to call me senior. I'm just a failure who hasn't reached the heavens in 10,000 years. You can just call me Xiaofan. Here, there's no seniority. As long as you're strong enough, you'll be respected and admired by everyone. Chu Luyue nodded. She stared at the palace of the illusory god for a moment before turning around and walking towards the courtyard next to it. Let's go. Since they were already here, they should find a suitable place to stay first. Shengguan Jing and the others quickly followed. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2197. After Chu Luyue and the rest left, Song Qing and the rest also dispersed and went to find their own residences. The figures on the star path quickly dissipated and became quiet again. Xiao Ran looked at the star path and seemed to be in a daze. After a long time, he turned and went back to his house. As he walked, he muttered, "It's so hard to find a good one, but he doesn't have a totem. Sigh, let's wait and see." The houses and courtyards here were all independent of each other and were quite far from each other. To a certain extent, it was convenient for everyone to cultivate and not disturb each other. When they passed by these courtyards, they would occasionally see some people cultivating. Some people were curious at first and wanted to greet them, but when they saw the tongues on their bodies, they became cold. Many of them did not even hide the contempt and ridicule in their eyes. There were also some who were focused on cultivating and did not pay attention to them at all. So, along the way, no one paid attention to them. Finally, Chu Luyue found a relatively large courtyard that could accommodate the 6 of them at the same time. After entering the courtyard and closing the door, little Hachi could not help but stomp her feet in anger. These people are too much. I've been looked down upon for so many years, but not as much as today. Isn't it just that I don't have a bloodline totem? Do they have to do this? Of course. Hua Shuangshuang shook her head and sighed. Have you forgotten what the 7th messenger said? People like us are destined to not be able to reach the heavens and become gods. In other words, no matter how much we cultivate, we will never be able to cross the threshold of becoming a god. In this way, they naturally have nothing to worry about. He grabbed the tongues tied to his waist and weighed them. Furthermore, we have to constantly worry about the words on it disappearing and the risk of being chased out at any time. Little Hachi snorted. Actually, she understood all this, but she found it unbearable. They had just arrived and they were already despised by everyone. How were they going to survive in the future? These are not important for now. Those who can come in and stay are considered to have completed the first step. Chu Luyue pinched little Hachi's face to comfort her. Alright, don't be angry. Your wrinkles are coming out. Mistress. Little Hachi hugged her arm and leaned over to her. It's all little Hachi's fault for being useless. Not only did she fail to make Master proud, she even implicated Master and made Master a laughingstock. Chu Luyue smiled. This has nothing to do with you. People without totems were treated equally and looked down upon. This was the most fundamental problem. As for the fact that you're not Her Eminence, that's just an excuse. Everyone could see this clearly. Today is your first day here. Everyone, go back and rest. If there's anything, we can talk about it after you've adjusted your condition. Chu Luyue found a room and walked in. It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time, but fortunately, it was very clean. As soon as she sat down, Dumpling couldn't help but shout. Ah you! Ah you! For safety's sake, Chu Luyue set up a barrier around the room before calling Dumpling out. Dumpling threw herself into her arms and asked anxiously, Ah you, did you see clearly if that was Grandpa Patriarch's feather? Chu Luyue patted her back to comfort her and said softly, Don't worry, it shouldn't be. She was familiar with Yi Zhao, so she could still distinguish it. When Jin Yunlai swept the feather across her forehead, she paid special attention to distinguish it. She was basically sure that it had nothing to do with Yi Zhao. Dumpling first heaved a sigh of relief, then became nervous again. But if it's not Grandpa Patriarch's, who could it be? Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. In fact, This was also the question she was thinking about. The crimson gold heavenly phoenix was an ancient divine beast with a revered status. It was difficult for ordinary people to even see it, let alone use its feather as a brush. No matter how powerful the people of the illusion god palace were, this was too much. Chu Luyue pondered for a long time and looked at Dumpling with uncertainty. Dumpling, actually. I feel that the feather's aura is a little familiar. Dumpling's grape-like eyes widened as she stuttered, What does that mean? Chu Luyue took a deep breath. The aura of that feather is very similar to the ancestor's golden feather. Jin Yunlai walked along the Star Road and finally arrived at the Black Jade Square in front of the Illusion God Palace. In the center of the quaint square, there was a piece missing. A person was standing in front of the Black Jade Square with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply. Hearing the sound, he turned around. This was a man who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. He had handsome features and an elegant temperament. Only his eyes, which were filled with deep vicissitudes of life, showed that he was definitely not as young as he looked. You've brought everyone? Jin Yunlai bowed respectfully. They're all here. Their names have been recorded. As he spoke, he handed over the name list and the golden feather in his hands. The man took the items and flipped open the name list. As he read, he asked, I heard that there are 6 people without bloodline totems? Jin Yunlai said, yes. 3 venerables, 3 exalted gods. The 3 exalted gods were all brought by a woman named Shangguan Yu. Shangguan. You? The man chuckled. Interesting. Jin Yunlai's expression didn't change. If there are no accidents, the words Antoine Xinz will disappear within a month. At that time, they will also leave. That's a pity. That Shangguan Yu should be quite capable. Without a bloodline totem, it's useless no matter how talented they are. They won't be able to stay here for long. That's true. I wanted to take a look, forget it. The man closed the name list. What a pity. What a waste of a good name. Ancestor's golden feather? Hearing Chu Luyue's words, Dumpling was stunned. But, that's not right. There's only one ancestor's golden feather in the clan, and it's with me. Back then, she had obtained this ancestor's golden feather because she had a pure bloodline. She had never heard of there being a second one in this world. Chu Luyue stared at Dumpling. Are you sure there's only one? I'm sure. Dumpling pointed at her forehead. Everyone uses this one to open their meridians. How can there be 2? Chu Luyue frowned slightly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this before, but the aura of the one in Jin Yunlai's hand was too similar. There might be something fishy about this. Let's not rush to a conclusion. The most important thing now is to confirm whether De Bao and the others are here. Also, there's clan leader Yi Zhao. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. A piece of purple scale armor lay quietly in her palm. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.